Okay, so welcome back to the live stream. Today, of course, we're talking about the Celine Fall Winter 24 collection. Definitely looking forward to talking about this collection because, there's a lot of speculation around whether this will be Hedi Slimane's last collection at Celine. So there's a lot to talk about when it comes to this show. What I'll do before we watch the film and kind of analyze the clothing is I want to read something. It's kind of like the press release, but I asked the Celine team for some information about the show, and this is what they sent. So I'll put it on the screen and I'll read it out now, and then we can sort of discuss what was said. So it says the Celine Winter 24 collection is titled Symphonie Fantastique, which of course is, as most of you probably know, is actually named after Hector Berlioz, a very legendary French composer. It was filmed in the Mojave Desert and the Troubadour in LA in January and February 2024. Symphonie Fantastique features 43 looks, 12 of which are couture. The collection signals a return to tailoring in Hedi Slimane's sartorial tradition, with the eye-line silhouette that characterized the Anglomania of the 1960s, seen in frock coats, three-button suits, and hand-embroidered waistcoats. I find it very interesting that they've said here, because this is what the Celine team sent me. They said that this collection signals a return to tailoring in Hedi Slimane's sartorial tradition. So, sort of what everyone knows Hedi Slimane for, that very skinny silhouette of, men's tailoring. So that's very interesting that they say that. Continuing, it says each look is cut in the most luxurious fabrics, including silk, cashmere, and vicuna. Black dominates the collection. Celine has a strict no fur policy. Now, this is actually very interesting, them saying that black dominates the collection, because obviously we're going to watch the film. But what I find very interesting is, considering this might be Hedi Slimane's last collection at Celine, it's almost like they're hinting at us that it is his last collection. There is this sort of very somber mood to the film when you watch it. And there's a lot of black clothing. You have these like Cadillacs. It's kind of like giving off this funeral vibe. You have this jukebox at the end that burns into flames, kind of sort of ushering in a new era, talking about the end of a time. So it's very interesting that they've literally signaled out that black dominates the collection. Normally, most brands don't talk about a certain color that dominates a collection. So that's very different. Continuing, it says the title references French composer Hector Berlioz' symphony of the same name, which soundtracks the film. Written, of course, I'm not going to play that music in the film, but you guys can obviously like watch it or even listen to the symphony. Written in 1830, the piece was described by Leonard Bernstein as the first psychedelic symphony in history. Hedi Slimane first listened to Berlioz's iconic composition when he was 11 years old, and its passion and romanticism stuck with him immediately. The piece has felt nostalgic to him ever since. Those sounds you're hearing come from the first psychedelic symphony in history, the first musical description ever made of a trip, written 130 odd years before the Beatles, way back in 1830, by the brilliant French composer Hector Berlioz. He called it Symphonie Fantastique, or fantastic, and fantastic it is, in every sense of the word, including psychedelic. And that's a quote from Leonard Bernstein, who, of course, is a legendary American composer. Now, to read the end of this sort of press piece that Celine sent me, it says, interior shots are filmed in the iconic Troubadour Club in LA, opened in 1957. The club hosted live performances from some of the biggest artists in the last 60 years, including Johnny Mitchell, Neil Young, Carole King, James Taylor, Tom Waits, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Pearl Jam, Radiohead, The Strokes, and more. For people that don't know, kind of the Troubadour is literally very legendary. Like most people will know what the Troubadour is. It's weird. It's like this kind of club where they serve food and obviously drinks. And a lot of legendary artists, when they had their first times in LA, like their first shows in LA were at the Troubadour. A lot of bands sort of like reconvened at the Troubadour. It's kind of like a very, very legendary space. And considering that Hedi Slimane loves music, he's very tied into the music scene. He's a fan of many different bands. He's very involved in that scene. It's only right, especially for a collection that might be his last, to film parts of it in the Troubadour. But anyway, it continues and says, the owner Doug Weston referred to this lineup as modern day troubadours, a term used to describe French poets and musicians from the 11th to 13th centuries. The film features cowboy Braden Liberio riding his horse. The collection will be available to shop in store and on Celine.com from mid-July. So that was kind of what Celine wrote describing the collection. So now we're going to watch the film and sort of analyze some of the clothes that we see, and we'll talk through what we think about the clothing. Let's see what everyone's saying in the me watching this from the Mojave Desert. Yeah, a lot of shows are done a year these days. It's quite insane. Also, this film, by the way, was directed by Hedi Slimane, which is very interesting. Of course, he's kind of had this 360 control over the brand, which is in the first place why there's contention between Hedi Slimane and LVMH. If you guys don't know what's going on, I kind of did a live stream about it, and I've also posted a video about kind of why Hedi Slimane might leave LVMH, because he controls a lot, and there's a lot of, he's at odds with a lot of the executives at LVMH. And kind of this is one of the reasons why he directs campaigns, he films campaigns, he shoots campaigns, he directs the fragrance line, he controls everything that happens. He doesn't show on schedule, he doesn't have runway shows, he just makes these beautifully shot films, fashion films, that he posts at random times. So it's kind of like all these things together. There we have the Cadillacs kind of just riding through the Mojave Desert. My issue is that the clothes are so damn hard to see in this film. It's like they had more confidence in their cinematographer than they did in the clothes. Yeah, that's one point of contention I think I've always had with a lot of these Hedi Slimane Celine films. Sometimes it's either hard to see the clothes, or sometimes with, collections like The Dancing Kid, where the jump cuts are just so fast, you don't even have time to sort of see the clothing. Okay, this is what they mean by the return to sartorial tailoring for Hedi Slimane. This really, really looks like Dior Homme when he was there. Is this very, very, very skinny fitting tailoring that Hedi Slimane has kind of become known for? And he loves black and white. Oh, you think it's not his last collection? Interesting. It'll be interesting to see, because I do genuinely think that it has that somber vibe to it. It's like in the middle of nowhere, black Cadillacs, black tailoring. It's very, very like hinting at a farewell. Something I will say about Celine's collection that I do like is, in the show notes, of course, they talked about how each look is cut in the most luxurious fabrics. And they mentioned fabrics like silk, cashmere, and vicuna wool, which everyone knows is a very, very high grade of wool, very expensive too. Um, and in a climate of luxury, I'm always bashing luxury brands about having very, very terrible quality. So the fact that Celine have gone out of their way to use really good fabrics, and I'm not just saying that because I read their show notes, like I've gone to the stores, I've dealt with the fabrics myself. Um, I would say that compared to a lot of other luxury brands, their ready-to-wear quality is a lot higher, which they shouldn't be commended on that, by the way, because they're a luxury brand and at the price point, everything should be high quality. It's just a big shame that so many brands now create like atrocious clothing that it doesn't belong on the racks of any of those brands, that now we're almost impressed when a brand just makes good quality. It's better quality in certain ways. So it's to do with like the vicuna wool is quite fine. Like the fabric itself is quite thin. Like when you make a fabric out of the wool. So that's what kind of makes it high quality. It's almost like it just depends. It does depend, but it's like they use a high grade of vicuna wool. But it's like cotton, right? Some people assume that, when a t-shirt says 200 GSM wool, 200 GSM cotton, sorry, people are like, oh my God, it's like so heavyweight. But it's like, there could be 50 GSM cotton that the threads are actually stronger. Like the threads of cotton are actually stronger. So it depends. Someone say the vibe looks like Marc Jacobs' last collection for LV. I can see that. Like I said, I just find it interesting that they've deliberately honed in on the fact that a lot of the looks are black. Like there must be some significance to them saying that. Okay, here we have the Western vibes. The Western aspect of the collection, obviously I know it's in a desert, but it kind of seems a bit misplaced in a collection that is just sartorial tailoring and this like skinny tailoring that Hedi Slimane does, and then some bedazzled looks. It seems really strange to just have someone riding a horse randomly in the middle. Interesting. Drone footage through the through the train tracks. Shoehorned in for the Western trend. There's a biker jacket with a Western yoke somewhere in there, and it's okay, but it doesn't seem key to the collection. I'm just genuinely trying to see the clothes. But yeah, the problem with this format of film is you don't really see the clothes a lot. And this is what I mean about the jump cuts. Can you see? It goes to a closer one and then it just goes out. Like, let me go back slightly so you can see what I mean. You barely can see the clothing because of those jump cuts. Like, it's so jumpy. Like, before you can even take in the clothes. Like, see what I mean? Like, look at the fade transitions. They do not give you a chance to look at the clothing. Look at the look at the fade look at how quickly the fade transitions happen. No, I need to play that back just once again. Like, what the hell? Why? It's always been like that, though. His films have always been like that. Like, if I show the one that I obviously spoke about is the Dancing Kid. That was sort of like the TikTok inspired collection. Why that one stands out to me the most is because like the jump cuts were just so aggressive in that video. And then we have the jump cut back to the Western riding a horse, and then it's going to jump cut back to the looks. Maybe it's a commentary on the environment swallowing the craft, like outside pressures, capitalist Americana overshadowing humanity, exposure blown out. I would hope so, but I don't like to overanalyze designers' work because I genuinely believe that most of them aren't that deep. Um, I think it's about because I mean most of Eddie Slimane's films like take out the theme of the fact that this might be his last collection. What was that collection where there were literally like these dirt bike riders like doing stunts and stuff, and he'll just jump cut to the dirt bike ride. I think it's just his filming style. It's more like his style of directing films. I think every single film that he's directed for Celine has that same vibe where it just jump cuts into people performing some sort of thing and then it comes back. Oh, that stands out in the collection. That's the sort of gold bedazzled coat that everyone was talking about because it kind of stands out amongst all the black looks. And like this piece too. But yeah, that honestly, that part where you just have those Cadillacs and stuff, it looks like a procession, literally. Such a gloomy mood to it. Also, it's definitely alienating on purpose, part of Eddie's vibe. Yeah, I think he does that on purpose. Like even this whole the way he's been running Celine kind of like off schedule. He said a big F you to Condé Nast. Um, he's very much he just doesn't care. He doesn't actually care about making it easy to watch. I genuinely think he might that part he does it deliberately. Like all these weird jump cuts and all that stuff. It's kind of like an avant-garde way of like doing fashion filming because when it comes to fashion films or when it comes to ads, campaigns, stuff like that, the first priority is always the clothing and how the clothing looks. That's why sometimes when I've worked on shoots with big brands, they are so particular about how the photographer edits the colors because they're like, we want it to represent how the color actually looks in real life. So if you turn up the contrast too high, or if you if you mess with the colors too much, it won't look true to how it actually is, and then customers will get the wrong sense of the colors and stuff like that. Whereas I get the sense that Eddie Saman literally like has this black and white thing. He's oversaturating some bits, undersaturating some bits, so he clearly doesn't care about that, where that's a big consideration for most other brands. Someone said everything is beautiful about the video except that we can't see the clothes. That's why you have to take in the clothes in the 6 seconds that you get to see each look. Because there are quite a few looks in this collection, right? Like I said earlier, there are I think in the notes that they sent me, they said there were how many looks did they say there were? Let me see if I can find it. 43 looks, 12 of which are couture. Yeah, just like I was saying earlier, the cars do look like a funeral procession, which is why that is the most like farewell thing. That's what really gives that farewell mood to the film. Al said it's more annoying with the sound. Do you mean the jump cuts? Okay. A scene with 4 Cadillacs facing a model. The shot is shot so beautifully, by the way. This could literally be like a Hollywood sort of film trailer or something, like the quality of the video. Okay, you've got a little like jukebox thing. This is definitely something that could be a reference, like referencing the crossroads, especially between him and LVMH. Okay, a burning jukebox symphony fantastique. End of an era. It's shot like an MCU action sequence. My head is spinning. Celine. Yeah, I think it's shot really beautifully. I do like the clothes. I don't think that the clothes are ultra interesting compared to like what I love from Eddie Simon Celine, that sort of Parisian chic meets rock and roll vibe that he's done with his sort of slim fitting, skinny tailoring. That's basically what he's done his whole time at Celine. But the earlier collections kind of had slightly wider silhouettes than I was used to seeing from him. And then also the Dancing Kid collection was just completely different. And then there were a few other collections after that that were completely different. And then all the collections before and after those ones were the same Eddie Simon aesthetic. Um, but yeah, I'd say there's definitely like past collections that are more interesting. But what did you guys think of this collection? Because what I want to do is go and look at some of his past collections at Celine and just kind of compare and contrast some of the collections that he's done at Celine. A full appreciation of the California teen cowboy. Feels quite similar to his Dior Fall Winter 2006 collection tonally, even the fire at the end. No other credits, just Hedi Slimane. Do we think they will continue this aesthetic after Eddie, like what Vaccarello did to do initially, or do something completely different? Oh, I don't know. Because I think actually I don't know. I don't know. Because when obviously Eddie Simon was at Saint Laurent, that aesthetic was so cemented that I just don't think Anthony like Vaccarello could have done anything else. Um, but then I could say the same thing for Celine when Phoebe Philo left, right? But then Eddie Simon just came and like made it his. So as much as I want to say that hopefully they do something different because it'll just be interesting, I don't really know if they will. You never really know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Rachel says, I literally have no opinion on the clothes yet. I'd like to see them up close. You know what? What I could do, because honestly, I do have a good relationship with the Celine team. I could actually request to like go to a showroom and film it and then post that. So actually, you know what? Let me write that down and I'm going to mention that to them because it'll be good to see it up close, right? Considering you can't really see the clothes. A very expensive resignation letter. Okay, everyone wants to see the clothes. All right, I'll definitely reach out to them. There's no guarantee. Obviously, I'm not that important, but hopefully they say yes, and it'll be great to see the clothes up close. Um, because that would be great. That would be great to see. Yeah, the clothes do have very small details that you probably would only appreciate when you look at it up close, but there is no up close with this film. So The up close shot is normally of just the face of the models. It's like a portrait. Yeah, I could be deliberate in requesting that I see like the whole collection. Not saying that they'll say yes once again, but there's no I'm not going to lose anything by asking them. The worst thing they can say is no. Oh, no, it's not available. And that's it. That's it. Michael Ryder has a new job in Paris. Definitely going to Celine. Damn. Why would Michael Ryder go to Celine? I don't know. It just doesn't seem. I don't know. Because I don't know. The reason why it doesn't seem likely is like there's no actual announcement of Eddie Simon leaving, even though we kind of understand that he will. Um, and I think Michael Ryder left like Ralph Lauren very recently, no? Because I read in Vogue Business. I'm not sure, Leo, if that's where you're getting the information from. But I remember reading this article in Vogue Business where I think even in the article they speculated that Michael Ryder would go to Celine just because he just left Ralph Lauren. But I don't know if you're referring to something else. But I did read an article on that. They might send Bernard to your house for a quick spa match. Someone's asking where to get the car and the helicopter. Yeah, I don't think that's for sale. No, I'm joking. The only thing I really get from the beautiful video is overall silhouette, but not the actual clothes, which I really want to see. It's a disservice that the tailoring for Eddie isn't much of a focus off the runways. I think the most iconic men's ready-to-wear item from this era is the teddy jacket. What a sadness. Yeah, and it's funny because obviously the teddy jacket became a staple when he was at Saint Laurent. The biggest staples actually were the teddy jacket and the Wyatt boots. Those were like they had menswear in a chokehold during that time, which is rare because there aren't too many things that are so iconic in menswear. Because menswear moves a lot slower than women's wear. Where women's wear they'll have like the it bag, the it dress. Menswear doesn't really function like that. And the fact that Eddie Simon had the boots and the jacket, and at Celine, he's also been designing his version of the teddy jacket at Celine. Um, he's almost been like updating it with every season, actually. Oh, Chasing Claire says I still wear mine to this day. Are you talking about Saint Laurent Wyatt boots or the teddy jacket? Oh, both. Oh my God, Chasing Claire, you've got money. You're balling out of control. Wyatt boots and the teddy jacket, amazing. Just without the ultra slim denim. No, I love Wyatt boots and the teddy jacket, to be fair. I think they're amazing. I think they're actually amazing. His sensibilities and work have never interested me, but I admire his commercial savvy and complete confidence in his identity. Yeah, I think a lot of Eddie Simon's work really, because it's not like super, super deep, super avant-garde. It's just very much about, building a cohesive wardrobe if you like a very specific aesthetic. Like I said, that rock and roll meets Parisian chic. If you like that, and also if you're very skinny, because to fit into a lot of the ready to wear, you actually do need to be skinny. Um, then it would definitely work for you, and like I can see why people like it. It's like commercial, but not. Sometimes when I say, "Oh, this is a commercial collection," I do mean it in a negative way. But in the case of Eddie Slimane, not really, because it's the way it is. It's a cohesive wardrobe. There are tiny, minute details that make it quite different and unique, and stuff like that. He might use very interesting fabrics. So no, I think I like what he does, honestly, and I like what he does in a 360 perspective. So I don't just like the clothes, I like the way that he directs things and the photography and the fragrances that he's, let me not say made, because Eddie Slimane is not a perfumer. And of course, Eddie Slimane doesn't like crediting people, clearly. Um, but there would have been a perfumer that worked on all the fragrances, but obviously it's based on his direction. So it's still kind of a lot of it his ideas, and his say so for the final product. And I love all the Celine fragrances. Like everything he's done at Celine, to be fair, I've been a big fan of. This is a good point, actually. The biker jacket, the Saint Laurent Paris biker jacket, was also a staple. That's very, very true. I think since his design identity is so specific, it'd be better for him to have his own brand than jump to another house. So this is a conversation that we have all the time, right? He goes at this point to every single brand and does the exact same thing, whether it's, well, not the exact. Let me not say the exact, because him at Dior and him at Saint Laurent Paris, there were collections that were vastly different. However, kind of like the sensibility is the same. There's a design language that's like the same. Um, and yeah, it would make a lot of sense for him to start his own brand. And this is a conversation we almost have all the time. And how the conversation always ends is, does he want to deal with the financial burden of running his own business, the stress of selling a collection every season, and all that sort of stuff? That is not for everyone. Not everyone wants to have that sort of stress. Maybe he prefers to, have a secure salary. He knows how much he's getting paid. He doesn't have the stress. Regardless of how the clothing sells, he gets paid his salary. And if it sells really well, like we discussed in the earlier video about Eddie Slimane and LVMH, he gets his royalties and stuff like that. So maybe that's just what he prefers. And sometimes it's a lot harder to, build your brand with your own name. How successful Phoebe Phalo's brand will be is left to be seen. Of course, I want her to do well because she's one of the like marquee designers in fashion. However, we don't know how well that's going to do. There's a difference between a designer making their eponymous label versus a designer designing with their name attached to a much bigger house that has way more history. So there's so many reasons why he would or wouldn't start his own brand. So yeah, it depends. Like investors, the fact he'll be really beholden to investors if he gets those involved. It's quite complicated. It's not straightforward. Okay, perfect. Rachel has a list of the perfumers. Perfumers he has worked with for Selena, Annick Menardo, Christian Plauz, Jean Richard, Christophe. Oh, oh, that's interesting. I need to have a look on I'm not really good with perfumers' names. I just know the names of the perfumes and like the smells. But I need to go look at some of the perfumers that have worked on it, on like the Celine fragrances, and then see what other perfumes they've worked on. Because perfumers are like, I'm really interested in the work they do. It's kind of like a very, underrated art. I think a lot of people kind of have fragrances and don't even know that there are people that go to perfumery school and they study all the different smells and they have to memorize like loads and like thousands of notes. And then they become perfumers and they synthesize these interesting fragrances. I don't know, like many people actually know that's a job. But yeah, I'm sure you could find the names of the perfumers on Fragrantica. I just haven't looked. I'm very sure it would be on there. Her black tie is his signature style. He made the Dior guy do the same thing for Dior. Yeah. Once more, we get the burning jukebox. Oh my god, do you have all of those fragrances? Wow. I have Reptile, Black Tie, and Parade. But I've smelled all the other fragrances in the store, like Dawn's Paris and like all the other fragrances, and I like them, but I don't have an unlimited bank account. Luckily, one of them I got for free. I got Celine Parade for free, but the other two I like bought with my own money. Which is why I can promote the fragrances. If all the fragrances were sent to me just out of like journalistic integrity, I couldn't like rave about the fragrances because kind of like conflict of interest. So yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of go through Vogue Runway quickly and have a look at some of the past collections. Of course, a lot of the collections are missing because, as we know, Condé Nast and Hedi Slimane do not have the best of relationships, especially at Celine. So yeah, let's just have a look. I remember this, the first collection where people were mad. People went mental about this collection. People said, "Oh my god, he's like doing Saint Laurent Paris at Celine." But what I will say about this collection that I thought, maybe I was just like seeing things or looking too closely. I thought silhouette wise, this silhouette that he did at Celine was very different, even though aesthetically he was very much saying, yes, I'm just going to do my aesthetic at a different brand. I don't care if you like Phoebe Philo and like what she's done. But the tailoring in this collection it wasn't that ultra skinny. Like look at this blazer. It's not that like super skinny silhouette. It was quite wider. And a lot of the collections at Celine have actually had a much wider, like look at the fit of these trousers, for example. They've had a much wider silhouette versus this last collection at Celine, which is literally the old like Saint Laurent Paris, like ultra skinny aesthetic. Lou Stoppard had a quarter life crisis over this collection. I think it was too easy to just bash it and be like, oh my god, Celine is dead. It's like Phoebe Philo doesn't own Celine, and as much as I love Phoebe Philo's era at Celine, and I obviously respect what she did for the brand. Okay, this piece is very Dior owned, by the way. This sort of like space age, sort of silver jacket. He did that at Dior. But going back to what I was saying, I think people just got their knickers in a twist for no reason because it wasn't really that Saint Laurent Paris. Yes, aesthetically it looked that way. The silhouette was completely different. I even remember, let me see if I can go back. There was a show after where he started doing like flares. Yeah, it was this collection, Spring Summer 20. But they weren't even like skinny flares. Like look at the silhouette on these jeans. This is not the typical Hedi Slimane silhouette. Like this is just not. It's almost like the silhouettes are slowly getting wider and wider. But because people had it in their system that, you know, Hedi Slimane is just doing the same thing over and over again. Funny enough, I remember him saying that this collection was inspired by like old Celine, like Celine Vapiana times, right? So he was saying that it was inspired by what Parisian woman wore in the 70s, but with his own sensibilities mixed in with that. So that is not necessarily what he always does. I love the first collection, bought so many pieces and still wear them to this day. Yeah, I love those earlier collections, to be honest. I really love those early collections. Like this, for example, is very Celine. It's just like Celine in the 80s, which is what he was saying about the collection in the first place. So it's funny that if it isn't Phoebe Philo, people say Celine is dead and it's not Celine. When Phoebe Philo doesn't own the brand, there have literally been designers before Phoebe Philo and there'll be designers after Phoebe Philo. The women's wear is leagues better, and it took a while to give it a chance because of how bad the initial reception was. Yeah, to be fair, I didn't, maybe because I just kind of wanted to see the clothes for myself and kind of make my own thoughts about it. But I remember making an early video saying exactly what I'm saying now, that everyone is saying that this isn't Celine, but it literally looks like Parisian clothing from the 80s. Like, it literally looks like what people wore in Paris in the 80s. And he even talked about it, right? So I just wanted to see it for myself, just because it got this terrible reception and people were saying that it looks exactly like Dior, which I just 100% didn't agree with. And they said it looked exactly like Saint Laurent Paris, which I just didn't agree with. Um, so yeah, I just personally didn't agree with those opinions. Except the first collection, Celine pieces do not fit as skinny as SLP. Exactly. Exactly. Like, stuff like this. Like, you really gonna tell me that this looks like what Hedi Slimane used to make at Saint Laurent Paris and Dior? Like, look at this dress. Yeah, but there was no men's heritage at Celine before Hedi, and now arguably there still isn't one. Yeah, because it's not really a Celine heritage, because it's just a Hedi Slimane heritage. So that's why I'm like, any designer can just come and do something completely different. And people are saying this collection looks so Parisian. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that was my understanding of this collection. Um, so I just didn't understand where people's outrage was coming from. And it almost makes me believe that, like, sometimes online, when people run with a narrative, everyone else almost like parrots the narrative without actually looking at clothing or analyzing it or actually seeing what Hedi Slimane was actually saying about what he was designing. Because people were saying, "Oh, I have no interest. It just looks like his old stuff." And it was almost like, are you guys like looking at the clothes? Like, look at this silhouette of this skirt. This is so un-Hedi Slimane Saint Laurent Paris. But yeah, personally, this was one of my favorite collections from him at Celine, which is why I can talk about it forever. Honestly. And I always love the styling, how the stuff is always styled. I loved everything before the Dancing Kid. Yeah, I always say that before the Dancing Kid, I thought everything was really good. And then after the few collections after the Dancing Kid, they were all right, but I still prefer the earlier collections. I still prefer these collections. Honestly, if I was rich, like the earlier collections from Hedi Slimane, I would have copped those up. I would have snapped those up. And I remember around this time, I actually went into the store and I tried a few things on. And like, they fit really nicely, which, once again, talking about size, I am so far away from skinny, and yet I could fit into a lot of the Celine stuff. Whereas, like, with the Saint Laurent Paris stuff, I wouldn't even attempt to try and fit in in that stuff, because I'll just embarrass myself. Like, I'll put my arm through a sleeve and rip the sleeve or something. Um, Fall Winter 2020 ready to wear. I also really love this collection. I feel like I saw more people wearing Celine after the Dancing Kid. That's probably why they did it. Of course, my perspective just comes from like what I really enjoyed looking at aesthetically and kind of conceptually from Hedi Slimane. But at the end of the day, these companies are businesses and we can't forget that. So at the end of the day, they have bottom lines, which is, making money, year on year growth, quarterly growth, all that sort of stuff. And it seems like he knows what he's doing because Celine, like we said in the video where we described why him and Celine are at odds, Celine is performing amazingly. Saint Laurent early collections are barely wearable, even if you are skinny. Armholes are tiny. It's so true, though. Like the styling, though, like Hedi Slimane, the styling is just so great with his clothes, and I genuinely feel like styling can make or break a collection. I was looking at the latest Louis Vuitton collection, the Resort collection, and I thought some pieces, the Nicolas Gasquier collection, I thought some pieces were really interesting, but I thought the styling almost did the collection a disservice, where some of the way that the clothes were styled made the clothes actually look worse than they are. And if you actually separated the clothing as like separate pieces, um, you would actually see that it's completely different. Like the stuff is actually really interesting. By the way, Vaccarello changed the fit of the teddy. LO1 jeans, whites. It's not as skinny as it was anymore. Yeah, yeah, I understand that. I'm more just I'm commenting on the fact that people were saying that Hedi Slimane is doing the exact same thing because it almost came across like people are just like parroting opinions they saw online. Because, like I've said, we've been going through the collections. I mean, once again, look at the silhouette of what we're looking at right now. Hedi Slimane did not do this at Saint Laurent Paris. Even though mostly what he designed at Saint Laurent Paris was obviously like menswear, same at literally he was designing menswear at Dior. However, if we're talking about silhouette and aesthetic, this is like so vastly different from what he did at Saint Laurent. Yet people would make you believe that it's the exact same thing. These clothes remind me of bougie Bobo University kids in Paris in the 90s. One thing I will say, in terms of like drawing comparisons between Phoebe Philo and Hedi Slimane, I know the Philo files will go crazy, um, is that both of them, right, the styling of what they produce is so good that it gives the customers a very easy in. Like it gives the customers an easy way to sort of adopt the clothing in like a wardrobe manner, like getting loads of the pieces and then mixing those together as like building a cohesive wardrobe because the styling is so good and it's actually like wearable styling. It's like styling that you could actually imitate and look really stylish like day to day. That's something that Phoebe Philo and I think Hedi Slimane do really well. So to draw a comparison at like Celine, I guess that's one thing they were both doing at Celine. Philo Files, please don't kill me. I promise I like Phoebe Philo. Eddie X Slenderman. Yeah, you rarely see browns and beiges from his SLP collections. Someone said Diet Prada is gonna come after me. Diet Prada, I come in peace. They're going to be like, this guy was doing his fashion live stream and he said that there's a similarity between Hedi Slimane and Phoebe Philo. He knows nothing about fashion. How dare he talk about fashion? He should not be allowed to speak about fashion publicly ever again. How dare he compare Hedi Slimane to Phoebe Philo? To be fair, I haven't heard from Diet Prada in a long time actually, but I'm just making an assumption. They must still be around because their page was really big. I can't imagine the whole page would just like, like crash or something. They're probably making different kinds of content. It's probably less like the outrage stuff. I might get skewered, but I got really tired of Phoebe's aesthetics in her late Celine days. The early era was cool until it became too arts and crafty. Interesting. I mean, you shouldn't get skewered. Once again, like I've said, unfortunately, in fashion, oh, how do I say this without sounding controversial? This, what I was about to say was going to be mad controversial. Should I still say it? I don't know if I should still say it. It's going to come across really controversial. I just caught myself. I was like, "Oh my god, that that's actually a very controversial take." This is not a hot take video. I shouldn't be dropping hot takes. Everyone's saying to say it. Okay, fine. I'll say it. I'll say it. I'll say it. There's only 80 people watching this live stream right now. So, okay, what I was going to say is that I genuinely feel like a lot of people that talk about fashion, that make fashion content, that and I'm not talking about like people that do what they do. I'm not talking about like Tuba or like Understitch or like Bliss Foster. I'm not talking about these kind of people. I'm talking about just like other people that make content and are like really famous, by the way, and they make fashion content. I get the sense that they don't think for themselves. Like when I watch some of the stuff that, like some of their takes, it genuinely sounds like their fashion takes are a compilation of what they've read on Twitter, which is why a lot of people, if you say that you don't like Phoebe Philo's clothing, they get their knickers in a twist and they're like, oh my god, how can you not like Phoebe Philo's clothing? You just don't understand, because they just don't understand that people just inherently like different aesthetics. And Phoebe Philo is one designer in an industry full of thousands of designers, all with different looks and aesthetics. And it's okay for someone not to like it. It's almost like they adopt these like talking points from online where it's like, okay, you need to be into fashion, you need to love Phoebe Philo, you need to hate this designer, you need to like this designer. And so they, it's almost like I said, it's almost like they don't think for themselves. So kind of going back to, so why I was saying that is going back to this tape where you were saying kind of like you got tired of Phoebe's aesthetics. The only reason you would get skewered is because of people like that, because they think that to know fashion you have to like Phoebe Philo's clothes, and if you don't like Phoebe Philo's clothes, then oh my god, you don't know fashion. And those are the kind of people that would skewer you about having that sort of take, to be honest. But yeah, that's why I said it's a hot take. That's why I was like, oh, should I say that? Because it is kind of like a hot take, to be fair. Um, it's kind of like what we were saying earlier with people saying that Hedi Slimane is doing the exact same thing that he did at Saint Laurent Paris, which is just not true if you actually look at the collections. So that's kind of what I mean. It's like it almost seems like people just like before they make their content, they go on Twitter real quick. They're like, "Oh, what's the temperature? What are people saying?" And then they just regurgitate what they see. Um, they don't even process the clothing in any way. It comes across that way. Al says I'm not old enough to have cared about Phoebe Philo. She blew up when I was in high school, and I didn't know fashion then. Yeah, I mean Phoebe Philo is definitely like slightly before my time, but you can just like go back and like obviously like read about it. I mean, Antabina Mista, who's my favorite designer, was literally before my time. I literally got into fashion like 2012-ish time. And that was literally when Antabina Mista was wrapping up. Um, but you can just like go back and like obviously take in the clothes. I think it's actually a lot better looking back at clothing way later, because you can really take in the context and take in like what all the different opinions are, and then contextualize it for the modern day and like all that sort of stuff. Because it's like McQueen, for example, when he was designing, a lot of people didn't really like what he designed. They thought it was crass. They didn't like the way he represented women. And then it was only in hindsight that people were like, oh, actually, this is what he was trying to say. It's a commentary on, Scottish history. It's a commentary on this. So sometimes you actually get more context looking at stuff in hindsight, to be fair. Or what did Rachel say? That's very perceptive. I think we see this behavior when people are just starting to learn about something and want to establish credibility. Yeah, I guess so. Which is fine. Like, I think it's more because like it's the I think, do you know what it is? As someone that like is a fashion journalist, and obviously I study fashion journalism in school, and like I read about fashion all the time and blah 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 blah. I think that you can just tell because I read about fashion so much that I like, even when I review a show, I know exactly what people are saying on Twitter. I know what the general consensus is. It's like in the back of my mind. And I might obviously agree with the opinions on social media, and I might not. But sometimes I observe someone who literally every single take is exactly what I've read, like the temperature on Twitter and the temperature on Instagram, every single take. And at some point, you're just like, there's no way that like you agree with what people are saying on Twitter in every single instance. Every designer that you love is exactly what people talk about on Twitter. Every single take is the same. At some point, it's like you're not really thinking for yourself, are you? Well, someone said, I think it's super interesting. What's your first exposure to high fashion? Because I think it shapes the scope, how you see clothes and fashion in the future. Um, so my first exposure to high fashion, to be honest, was I was when I was in school, there were these two guys that were wearing like Yoji and like stuff that I'd never seen. And at the time, I would say like I was into fashion, I guess, but I didn't really know like about designers like Yoji and Rei Kawakubo and like all that sort of stuff. So I asked them, I was like, what you wear is so interesting. I'm really interested to learn about kind of why you dress this way, who these designers that make these clothes are. And then they kind of just like were telling me about Yoji. I then, started studying about it just out of curiosity. And you're kind of led through a rabbit hole because it's like I learnt about Yoji, and then by learning about Yoji, you just learn about Japanese designers in general. So obviously you learn about Rei Kawakubo first when you learn about Yoji. Then you find out about Issey Miyake because they're kind of considered the big three, like Japanese three. And then you start learning about other Japanese designers like Kenzo Takada, and you learn about people like Kansai Yamamoto and all the amazing stuff that Kansai Yamamoto did. The fact that he was one of the early, Japanese designers to sort of bring Japanese design to the West. Obviously with Kenzo, and then you learn about Comme des Garçons, and you learn about the whole history of Comme des Garçons, and you learn that Rei Kawakubo has a whole empire where there are a lot of designers under her, and a lot of designers kind of have a brand under the umbrella. So then, of course, you learn about the likes of like Chitose Abe, who, was there, Junichi Abe, who was like runs color, who was there, Jine Watanabe, Tao Kurihara. Like you start learning about all these people, right? And then you just keep going, I guess. You just like the rabbit hole continues, and you just go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until you end up studying fashion journalism at CSM. Um, that's kind of how it happens. Well, Ronnie says coming across Yoji when I was 14 was dead ass life changing. Yeah, we love Yoji. I've talked about this story all the time when I was younger, and obviously at the time I couldn't afford like Yoji or any of these brands, so I used to wear a lot of Y3 because I just wanted to wear Yoji in some capacity anyhow I could. And it was weird because I talked about this. Like I used to resell Supreme. That was literally how I was paying my rent during some parts of uni. I used to resell Supreme, Palace, like sneakers, all that sort of stuff. And I would like turn up to these like places wearing Y3. And it was like really weird because no one everyone was like, "Why are you wearing Y3?" Because everyone obviously was wearing like Supreme and Palace, and it was like people didn't get it. Um, so yes, it's interesting though. But that was like my introduction to fashion. Oh my god, Y3 Kahuna Triple Blacks were my first luxury purchase ever back in 2016. Funny enough, my first luxury purchase was the Y3 Kaza Highs. That was literally my first like it's not even really high fashion. Is Y3 like high fashion? But I'd guess it was luxury to me because to me, Y3 Kaza Highs were expensive to me, especially at that time because I was a student. Micah said, I saw it happen in real time, guys. He really dove into Y3 until he ended up studying fashion. It's true. And Micah, I mean, Micah and I go way back since we were kids. So Micah's letting you know. He said, I rinsed the Kaza highs. That's funny. My first fashion moment was back in 98, 99 by Johns Dior, and then Eddie when he took over Dior Homme in 2001. His solitaire collection for Dior Homme is my favorite men's collection of all time. Oh, that's a really good in. It's funny because I didn't actually learn about designers like John Galliano until much later. Because, like I said, I got into fashion through Yoji. So I went through the rabbit hole of like my rabbit hole was Yoji to Ray to Issey Miyake to Kansai Yamamoto to Kenzo Takada to all the other designers in the Comme des Garçons world, and then to all the other Japanese designers like learning about brands like Undercover, for example, learning about like all those kind of brands. And then once I branched out of the whole Japanese thing, then I started learning about just like just designers that are really important historically, John Galliano being one of them. And then you just go back and back and back. You start with, you know, the 90s, you look at Gil Sander, you look at Helmut Lang, you go back a bit, you learn about Armani, all those designers. Obviously, you learn about like McQueen and stuff like 2090s, John Galliano, blah, blah, blah. You go back a bit, you start learning about like Thierry Mugler, all those things. You go back a bit, then it's Cristobal Balenciaga, you know, Givenchy, all that stuff. Then you go back, then it's like Elsa Schiaparelli and Chanel. Then you go back and it's like Paul Poiret and like Madeleine Vianney and stuff. Then you go back and it's like Charles James and like all that stuff. So it's just that's kind of how you do it. You just learn, 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 learn. And you just keep learning. There's always more stuff to learn. Oh, someone says my introduction to fashion was through Kanye, which led me to looking up all these other high fashion brands. Interesting. My first exposure to high fashion was Eddie's Dior. So I have my first pair of B18s to this day. Oh wow. Eddie Slimane really put a lot of people onto fashion. I didn't realize, like, obviously I know he's really influential and I do like what he does, but I didn't actually realize that a lot of people got into fashion through like high fashion through a lot of like Eddie Slimane's like work. That's really, really interesting. Do you have any advice for people that want to dabble in the fashion space but can't make it their full-time job? Oh, I don't really know how to give advice with this because I think majority of the time I was building my career, apart from a few of the years in between, I was in school for most of it. So I was kind of like I didn't have the pressure that I needed to like pay rent because I had student loans and I was like kind of reselling too. So I was kind of getting by that way. So I didn't really see YouTube as, or like just working in fashion in general as like something that I needed to make it like my full-time job at the time. Obviously, it is now, but I think luckily I had that time being a student for so many years to kind of like build an audience and stuff to where it became really viable by the time I graduated. So it's really hard for me to give advice because obviously everyone's situation is very, very different. And also, I lived in London, which is like a big advantage. Even though I didn't like have my own house in London, I was staying with like different family members, but it's still like a big advantage being where a lot of the action is. Or Alyssa says, my first memory of fashion was my first time in NYC and going to the Met costume exhibition. I also went to Dover Street Market on that same trip. Oh yeah, so I remember the first day I went to Dover Street Market, right? Because once again, like I said, I learnt about Yoji first and then Rei Kawakubo. And obviously learning about Rei Kawakubo, you learn about Dover Street Market. And obviously till then I didn't even know this thing existed. And the good thing about living in London is you can just go, you're just like, oh, there's this place in like London called Dover Street Market that like was her idea, and she runs with Adrian Joff. So I was like, oh, let me go there. And it was like insane. Because like take it from the perspective of someone that hasn't really seen like conceptual stores before. For your first store to go to be like Dover Street Market, I was like mind blown. I was like, this looks like it looks like a flipping exhibition, but it's actually just like clothes that are being sold. It's insane. I literally remember the first time I went to Dover Street Market like it was yesterday. What else says my exposure was from movies, film, costumes, traditional dress, and other cultures. Then the Tokyo fashion page on Flipboard really got me into Vivienne Westwood and art friends. That's so interesting though. We love a bit of Vivienne Westwood. Never cared about fashion to an extent until I seen Martine Rose and Wells Bonner do what they do. That's interesting. That's really, really interesting. I can imagine that, especially for like the UK crowd, like Grace Wells Bonner and Martine Rose especially would be really influential in like bringing a lot of people into really like being interested in fashion, like this side of fashion in some regard. Oh, Al says my first luxury purchase was a shirt from Tom Brown, ex Brooks Brothers, Black Sheep line. Hasn't Brooks Brothers gone like defunct or something? But anyway, I had that, Oswego's, and thigh length shorts, and I thought I was the man. Oh my god, I remember the Oswego's. I remember the Oswego's. That was so interesting. I love that time, by the way. That was a really good time. Oh yeah, so Brooks Brothers is yeah, Brooks Brothers is dead. Also, Marc Jacobs, LV was very influential in getting me fashion oriented. That was kind of like I wish I was, well, maybe I guess it's like different. People wish they're always born in a different time. I wish I was older just so that one, I was around when McQueen was like actually like I was actually into fashion throughout McQueen's career, and like John Galliano's like earlier stuff. That would have been great to like live through rather than just like read about it in books and in magazines and look at images without ever seeing the clothes like up close. I would have loved to like be older so I could experience that. And I also would have loved to be older, one, to experience what the quality was like of a lot of these luxury brands. Because like I always tell you guys, the quality is like insanely worse than it was. So that's one reason why. And another reason is kind of to see the shift in where a lot of these luxury brands, like the Gucci's and the Louis Vuittons and stuff, where like Marc Jacobs was the first ready-to-wear designer, you have someone like Tom Ford, who was the first ready-to-wear designer. I wanted to like just observe that transition of like how these brands became mega brands and kind of be there and like take in all the context around what was going on. I just think that would be really interesting. Yeah, McQueen and Galliano's Dior was just before my time. My first high fashion purchase was Raf Simons. Oh, what did you buy from Raf Simons? Was it like a coat or because Raf Simons is expensive. I always love Raf Simons. Like I like the silhouette of like the jackets, how boxy they are and stuff. And it like fits my body type, but they are so I remember like Dover Street Market, there'll be like 1,800 for a coat. And then I would go on like Ukes and see if there were any discounts. And like a steal for Raf Simons on Ukes would be like 1,100 for a coat, where like it would retail for 1,700. And I'm like, yep, I cannot afford that. And the second-hand market for Raf Simons is rough. Everything is so expensive. Leo said having John and Lee being my exposure was crazy. Wait, Leo, was your introduction to fashion John Galliano and Lee McQueen? That is an interesting introduction to fashion. Like that is strong. Most of my fashion knowledge comes from secondhand market, but I think it still counts. Oh no, 100% counts. Everything counts. I mean, like fashion is a vast industry, right? So there's so many ways to look at it, and there's so many angles that you can tackle fashion from. I really wanted the cream Oswego's when I was a teenager. Same, same. My first high fashion purchase was unfortunately Rick Owens Converses. I was not wise back then. No, I think if you like it, just wear it. This goes back to my hot take that I said earlier, where I said that um, like a lot of people now in fashion would not buy Rick Owens Ramones because Rick Owens Ramones are like a meme. But like if you like it, buy it. Like I still wear Rick Owens Ramones till today because I like the shoe. I don't care if it's a meme or like if people be like, "Oh my god, you don't know much about fashion because you're wearing the basic like Rick Owens Ramones. Everyone wears those." Well, what about if I just like the shoe? Um, so don't let anyone shame you into not wearing anything. Like if genuinely, if you like it, just wear it. Um, a lot of the people that do the whole, oh my god, like we were wearing Rick Owens Ramones like a few years ago. Why are you still on that? Those are the people that probably are like projecting because they don't have their opinions because they probably don't like study fashion enough or they haven't developed their style enough to just have their own aesthetic and not blame or shame other people for dressing how they dress. So yeah, that's my take on that. I got hipped to fashion in the early 90s, Westwards, Miyake, McQueen, art school, Black US Street slash churchwear, and having designer friends every Saturday going to the magazine store. That's interesting. That was very much how I got into fashion too. I used to read a lot of fashion magazines, which is so strange because I almost don't read any fashion magazines these days. But I used to read ID magazine religiously, so religiously. I used to read ID magazine. I never really ever was someone that read Vogue. It just never really interested me, even from the start. But ID, definitely. I got my hands on like a few old copies of The Face. That was really interesting. Um, Something that I'm going to do soon is I've talked to the team at The Face, and they said they're okay for me to go into the head office and like look through the archives. So I might actually film that actually because that might be really interesting if they allow me to, obviously. Um, but I'm really, really looking forward to seeing the archives of The Face because that's like one of my favorite magazines historically. But it's quite crazy how I used to read all these magazines and like I just don't read any anymore. Someone said fashion meme pages were a mistake. Oh, W Magazine was good. I do like W Magazine. I never actually read it, but I know it's good because I had friends that used to read it and I'd see their issues sometimes. Like the editorials, especially, are really, really interesting. Or Leo says, McQueen was my first proper, actually significant high fashion purchase too. These two gorgeous embroidered bomber jackets, wait, bomber jacket and leather biker jacket. They were so expensive, but I went insane. Yeah, I mean, mainline McQueen is not to play with price wise, but I'm very sure it was worth it. Um, but yeah, that's such a good way to get into fashion. I didn't learn about, obviously, I knew who Alexander McQueen was just because you're born in the UK. You kind of hear names like McQueen and Westwood and Paul Smith, and like people that don't even care about fashion know who they are. So obviously, I knew who McQueen was, but like I said, the first designer I truly started to read about was Yoji. So it took me a while to really get to McQueen and learn about his significance and like all his work, and all the designers that he influenced. And obviously, I learned about McQueen first, but you can't learn about McQueen and not learn about John Galliano because they always, like in most books, they talk about both of them simultaneously. Um, so yeah, once you start learning about McQueen, it's like John Galliano immediately after. First exposure to high fashion, Vogue Paris by Corinne. Though through her, I discovered Tom, Helmut, Azadine, Carl, and Nicholas. Ooh, that's strong. That's a strong selection. Helmut Lang, Tom Ford, Azadine Alaya, Karl Lagerfeld, and Nicholas Gasquier. That's a really good like selection of designers. So the reason why I never read Vogue, to be honest, is because British Vogue at the time was terrible. Like British Vogue, when I got into fashion, was run by Alexandra Shulman, and her British Vogue to me was an absolute snooze fest. The interesting Vogues were like Vogue Paris, Vogue Italia, like those were the ones that are actually interesting. But at the time, I didn't really know where to get them. Obviously, now I do, but at the time, I didn't. So I kind of just stuck to the Face and ID, and like I used to read like Dazed. It was called Dazed and Confused back then. Um, and of course, I found Sister Magazine, and till today I love Sister Magazine. I'm a big fan. Because I read magazines to gain information. So I didn't actually care about the editorials, even though like some magazines had way better editorials and stuff. I just cared about information. So in Sister Magazine, you'll get loads of information because like I have like the Ray Kubo issue of Sister Magazine. I have like all this stuff where they would have these long deep dives on designers where I could learn about designers, right? So that was more my focus. But I feel like I could have learned a lot about fashion, like from a different perspective, reading like Corinne Rotfeld's like Vogue Paris, reading Vogue Italia back then and all that stuff. Any thoughts on so I did actually like 032C also. I never bought like a print copy, but I remember reading it online, and I remember reading like they had this retrospective on Ray Kubo that was good. They had a retrospective on Ras Simmons that was really good, like really long deep dive. And part of my learning, let me shout out I'll show you guys this website. So there's this website called Archive PDF. I'm not sure how many of you guys know it. They're these guys that are like absolute fashion nerds. Like I absolutely love it. And they find all this like obscure stuff and they just like scan it and upload it. And it's such a great resource. And like I got so many like books and like old magazines of like so many different designers from Archive PDF. I even got stuff like the Raf Simons Redux book, and I read the whole like Raf Simons Redux book through Archive PDF, like loads of books on Margiela, loads of books on Yoji, loads of books on Comme des Garçons, like all the Japanese stuff. They've got loads of stuff like that, like Undercover. So if you guys are like trying to learn about fashion or in the process, definitely check out Archive PDF. They've got like loads, and also the people that run it, they also write like articles and stuff that are really interesting. So shout out to Archive PDF. They definitely need their flowers. Because they were like definitely a good resource in like learning about stuff too. Oh, Micah has a really good question. Another good question for the chat. Why do you like fashion? What about it appeals to you? I'm gonna see what people say. Yeah, this is also a good recommendation. Yeah, Wee does have a lot of scans. Yep, exactly. Such a chill site too. Loads of info, but well placed. I 100% agree. Like even when I was reading the Raf Simons, let me tell you the story of how I read the Raf Simons Redux book, right? It's so chaotic. So one of the jobs I did in fashion was I was like marketing, like a junior marketing executive at this like fashion company. And it was a 2.5 hour commute from my house. So I would like travel 5 hours a day because it was 2.5 hours going and 2.5 hours coming back. So because I knew that I was traveling 5 hours a day, that became like my fashion study time. So every time I would like pick a book to read, going and coming. So obviously I didn't have the Rasmusen's Redux book. It was scans from Archive PDF. So I printed at work because I wasn't going to pay for that to print all those pages out. So at work, I printed loads of pages out. It was actually quite funny because I remember like my boss was like, "Why are you printing so many pages of paper? Like, what are you doing?" And I was like, "Don't worry," but I was actually just like printing the Rasmussen Redux book. And then I stapled it together, but they were on these like massive sheets of paper. So I was in the underground train, which, remember, guys, the underground train during rush hour is chaos. Like everyone is just like jam packed, squeezed like to death. And I just had these massive scans of Rasmussen's Redux, and I was opening it up like on top of like people's heads and stuff, like trying to read, like, because I'm like, this is like the perfect time to read my Rasmussen's Redux. So it was just so funny because people are looking at me like I'd lost the plot. Like people looking at me like, you inconsiderate bugger. There's no space, and you're opening up these massive sheets of paper about some like guy called Raf Simons. But that was how passionate I am about fashion. I just have to read about it. It doesn't matter the situation. I like fashion because it gives confidence. I like being put together, just feels right, completes me in a way, and my family too was always put together wearing Ralph Lauren etc growing up. Oh, that's interesting. That's a good reason. These days, fashion doesn't give us enough time to enjoy anything long enough to give a good enough perspective. It's become this overconsumption machine. I'm slowly losing respect for the industry. I totally agree. I 100% agree. I think it's something that I talk about quite often. My one hope is that for as much as I'm losing respect for the bigger brands and like just the machine that fashion has become, I think that there are so many amazing emerging designers that are doing really cool stuff. Like Charlie Constantinou, Yaku Hodakova, um, like Ziggy Chen, Uma Wang, like all these people don't like overconsume and have like loads and loads of collections a year and like do all that like wacky stuff. So I'm becoming less and less interested in the luxury brands. Of course, I talk about them, just being a fashion commentator and journalist. You kind of have to, it's part of the job. But I hope a lot of them kind of like fade away and they kind of just like self-destruct. So we can go back to fashion being slower and interesting and about the craft and about, just like what we loved about fashion when we got into it. Oh, Don Wack says, I don't express myself well. I express through clothes I wear. I like that I can take individual pieces and put it together to fit my personality. Something that screams to me. It's like a second skin. Oh, that's really interesting. I like that. Like kind of like fashion being a second skin in a way. I love fashion, but lately with so many collections, kind of feel burned out keeping up to date, even casually. To be honest, my best advice is you can't keep up to date. Like fashion is literally my full-time job and I can't keep up. Especially when Fashion Week happens, chaos. Chaos. People ask me, "Oh, Ayo, can you like review this collection?" And I'm like, amongst the 15 collections that came out today, I have not seen that collection. Um, and it's even worse when I'm at Fashion Week because when I go to Paris for Fashion Week, I'm working, so I don't actually have time to look at shows that I'm not working on because I might be writing articles for like different magazines. So I just have to be focused on those shows that I'm going to cover. So I'm so behind like people on social media who are like looking at every show in real time and actually like taking everything in. I don't take anything in during Fashion Week if I go because I'm just focused on analyzing the runway shows that I go to, if that makes sense. Social media put luxury brands on steroids. It's true though. I think a need to express myself is what pushed me towards not just fashion, but all art forms. Plus, my mum was always well dressed, and it certainly inspired me. That's really interesting. I like that. I like that. I'm trying to think what really drew me to fashion. Like, why do I love fashion? Like, what is the thing that really, apart from obviously the intrigue of just learning about Yoji and kind of going down the rabbit hole, um, I think, to be honest, I just liked the idea that, because when I learnt about Yoji, I kind of had this understanding that fashion is not what I thought it was. And I kind of was so interested that there's so many ways of making clothes that I never considered before. Because for me, before then, fashion was literally as basic as jeans that are either skinny or wide or like slim fit, and a shirt is a shirt. And like when you get really, really into fashion and you see how many different ways you can just make a shirt, and that just became so intriguing to me. That whole thing, just the idea of like how vast fashion is, I think is what intrigued me more than anything else. Fashion is maybe the only type of applied art that can totally be part of ourselves and that informs so much of us in terms of culture. All your taste in everything can be reflected in fashion. That's a good point. That's actually a really, really good point. Well-dressed mums are a reason a lot of us love fashion. In my studio every year, I ask myself who I am and how might that be expressed through what I'll wear, character, actor, energy. I love that. It's so weird. I like Louis Vuitton by Nicolas Gasquier because it's weird. I like that it challenges my taste. I like that I don't always love it at first, and it's something that attracts me in culture as a whole. Yeah, that's true because I think the thing about Nicolas Gasquier, and I was saying this earlier because I did a live stream on Hanan's channel, I Deserve Couture, is Nicolas Gasquier is quite random in the sense that one collection is about, how Parisians dress, and then another collection is about looking into little details in clothing that we take for granted. That's why you had that collection recently. What was it? Spring Summer 23, I think, where they had these like oversized zips and like oversized elements of like clothing that we might take for granted. And then another collection is inspired by some like space age thing. And then another collection is inspired by AI. So Nicolas Gasquier is like really, really random, but I love how quirky and random it is. I actually love that side of it because it's quite different to a lot of the other stuff that I see. Yeah, there's too much to follow. I look out for a handful of my favorite brands slash designers, and then I rely on other designers' exceptional work to find me. Yeah, I mean, because there's only so much you can see, right? And it's just so much just stuff these days. It's just way too much stuff. So yeah, it's honestly, it's truly just difficult to keep up with all of it. Let me put another early Hedi Slimane Celine show on the screen when I'm answering these questions, so I can give you guys some background entertainment. I love how fashion has a different meaning to different people. From reading these comments, it's more than just clothes. Yeah, it's definitely more than just clothes. It's 100% more than just clothes. I mean, even if you're not looking at it from the perspective of, getting into McQueen or like stuff like that, fashion is obviously more than clothes because there's a reason why people in certain circles feel like they have to dress a certain way to be taken seriously. If fashion was just clothes, people wouldn't literally use fashion or how they dress as a signifier of certain things. Ayo, how would you define micro brand? What distinguishes it from other kinds of brands? What do you mean by micro brand? Do you just mean a brand that's like small in size? Because I guess a micro brand would just be a brand that isn't like big, like scale wise. Exactly. Even the concept of wearing a suit to an interview is deeply layered. Exactly. Because you want to look professional, because you want to present yourself a certain way, because you want to be taken seriously. That's what I'm saying. So obviously, clearly, It's not just clothes. I know some people try to be really dismissive of clothing and be like, oh, it's just clothes, mate. Like fashion journalism, that's not a real job, mate. People have definitely told me that. And then the same people wear suits to an interview. It's like, why don't you wear your tracksuit to the interview then? Since it's just clothes. Oh yeah, that's what I mean when I use the term. I just mean like a smaller brand. My family. Do you mean they're into perfume? I feel like that lends itself to fashion too. I think fashion is the reason why I got into fragrances. I did not care one bit about fragrances. All I cared about was just smelling generically nice, and that was it. But then when I got into fashion, and then you learn about clothing as like artistic expression and as an art form, you start to view everything as an art form. So that's the same way I view fragrances, right? That's why earlier I was talking about the work of perfumers going under the radar, because it's a huge art. Like it's so difficult to be like, how can I synthesize all these different raw materials that smell so strange? Like if you guys have smelt raw materials before of perfumes, they smell horrid. Like oud smells terrible. Um, Ambergris smells like smelly pee. Like all these things, but some way, somehow, these guys, there's an art form to making perfumes where they can mix oud and like ambergris and all these stinky, smelly things, and then the smell that comes out of it is beautiful. That is such an art form. So to me, like fragrances is more than just like, oh, I'm trying to smell nice. There's actually like an art to it. And I think fashion is the reason why I view fragrances that way and other things that way, to be honest. I like fashion because in general, I like the creative process of things. And of course, fashion has a lot of that in either collections, personal style campaigns. In South Africa, there was a gangster in the front newspaper with R. Kelly. They called him the King of Bling. I love the King of Bling. Probably not a good look being next to R. Kelly, though. Um, I wore a suit to my first job ever at a tech company. The receptionist told me to take off the tie and jacket before I went in. Both interviewers were wearing t-shirts. It depends on, obviously you have to know the culture of a company, right? Like I wouldn't wear a suit to work at Depop because I can imagine the work culture in Depop is very like laid back and like chill. Like it's not the vibe. Like Depop is not a wear suit to the interview vibe, right? So just it still depends. But like if I worked in finance, obviously I'm going to wear a suit. I'm not going to turn up to an interview to work at Citibank or HSBC as a financial analyst in a tracksuit. It just makes no sense. You're just asking not to be hired. Um, or Al says they do smell awful. My mum has a home fragrance business, and I remember smelling concentrated vanilla oil for the first time. Made me retch. I think it's all of them just smell earthy. Even like things like so. One of my favorite fragrance notes is vetiver. But when you smell like the vetiver like smells that people synthesize on its own, it just smells like soil. It smells like earth. But every time vetiver is like mixed into a fragrance, it just smells so nice. And I love it. So there's really an art form of just knowing how to mix things that stink and smell horrible and would make people be sick and making that into a really nice smelling thing. It's such an art. I wish I knew how to do it, but the problem is I've learned how to do so many things. I just at this point I'm burnt out, and I'm not sure if I want to add learning how to make perfumes to that list because it's such a the learning curve is steep. I can just appreciate it from a distance, like, oh, that's a lot of skill went into that. I've always taken issue with the argument that fashion is art. Personally, it always seemed to me a telltale sign for people who don't know very much about the industry and have a very superficial artsy view. Yeah, so I have a video. Um, let me see if I can show you guys the video actually. But the video is titled "Is Fashion Art?" I think. Is fashion art? Let me just cross check. Yeah, so the video is literally called "Is Fashion Art?" And basically the argument that I make in the video is that fashion exists on a spectrum. So say this is a spectrum, this side being art and this side being like clothing or fashion or whatever you want to call it. There's actually no brand that is all the way on this side of art. They're all on different sides of the spectrum. So maybe Zara, ultra commercial and, you know, not really avant-garde, not really, there's no message behind it, there's no artfulness to it. It would be on this side of the spectrum. Something like Comme des Garçons mainline is close to the art part of the spectrum, but not quite 100% there. Because obviously, the fact that fashion is made to be worn, fashion is made to be sold, fashion exists within the framework of an industry designed to make billions means is why it can never like get all the way there. It's more about the intention of clothing, right? So I just see it as a spectrum, and like every type of clothing exists somewhere on that spectrum, but nothing is ever all the way to the side of art. But I definitely know what you mean in terms of like people who don't know very much about the industry or like having a superficial artsy view. I think there's like a what are those like memes, or like I remember when Avery Ginsberg used to make YouTube content, he had like this video about, is it like the iceberg of getting into fashion or something like that, where you kind of get into like this really avant-garde fashion and then you kind of have this like view that, oh my god, fashion is just art and like everything is so artful, and you kind of lose sight of the actual intentions of these brands, and then you start to come across like someone who is just a bit oblivious to things, where people like a good example of that, let me just give you an example. A good example of that is like, I won't mention names, but when I worked at the Business of Fashion and I've worked at different, you know, magazines and stuff, I interviewed a lot of big name designers, right? Now, some of these designers, which is why I won't mention names, have literally told me off the record that like, I literally like designed the collection and then I came up with the idea for the collection after. And these are designers who like people over analyze their work. Like they're like trying to find the deeper meaning. And this designer has literally just told me, no, to be honest, I kind of saw the similarities and maybe that thought was in my head when I was designing it. But to be honest, I had so much financial pressure from shareholders and stuff that they were telling me that, okay, what sells is like the black jacket that you do every season. So I had to put that in the season. I had to do this. And you start to realize, oh my God, it's just like, yes, there is an artfulness to it. And there is like a deeper meaning to a lot of what some designers do, like an Alexander McQueen. There's also a very commercial side and a very pragmatic side. But sometimes when people get into like the artful side of fashion or the avant-garde side of fashion, they overdo it. They just try to squeeze the deeper meaning out of things, and sometimes there really is no deeper meaning. So that's like my gift from me to you, kind of like fashion info. Well, Micah said he has a really interesting take on this. Hop on the live then, instead of commenting, Micah. Hop on the stream. Hop on the stream. Hop on the stream. Well, this is interesting. I like the ideas of clothes or accessories as pieces of art, but not fashion as art. Art has a decorative meaning first. Fashion has to have pragmatism, functionality, and a cultural meaning too. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. I think I'm just catching up to the comments now. When I think of fashion as art, I'm thinking of the craftsmanship. Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, that 100% is an art in the craftsmanship of clothing. Even just coming up with new ideas, right? Like even let's say like leather goods, the person that comes up with the new pattern of something that doesn't exist, and like makes a new shape of a bag. There's a big art to stuff like that, but fashion as an art, like, can you call fashion just 100%? Oh yeah, it's just an art. It's definitely an applied art, and like I said, to me, it's just like a spectrum thing. Let me put the link of the stream in the chat so I can bully Micah into joining the stream to share his perspective. Just because Wayne can't remember his freestyles 40 minutes after he uploads them doesn't make them not art. I personally hate when fashion is designed not to be worn. I like, however, when designers make challenging clothes. I love Comme des Garçons, but for me, it's almost irrelevant to have walking, unwearable sculptures. I guess it has its place. I also will say that Rei Kawakubo is in a very unique position where she's organized her business, and not just her. She has said herself that Adrian Joff is like the reason why, like, a lot of the ideas, like stuff like the fragrance lines and like all that stuff, that's like Adrian Joff's idea. However, the business as a whole is so well thought out that she can make clothes that have no intention of being sold, or they're just sculptures that aren't really wearable, and she can do that and spend money on a whole runway show just expressing her artistic wants because her business can facilitate that. That's really beautiful, to be honest. Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the stream. Okay, I see you with the microphone. I see you.
Give me a second.
That's what for years. You know, they found it ugly, but because of Mucha's background, they invented that intellectual fashion. She just had an eclectic taste for her time. Yeah, exactly. Like, even when journalists say that Mucha's like the way they talk about Mucha's fashion, you would think that Mucha Prada is like a professor of like you think she has 15 PhDs on the art of designing clothes. Like, she just has a very, very unique way of styling things and aesthetic that I think is actually really, really good and interesting. But the intellectual fashion thing, I do think that was kind of like narrative based. It was kind of like, she's into art, she's into like certain architects, so we're just gonna make her out to be like this ultra intellectual designer. To me, an intellectual designer would be someone like John Galliano, Alexander McQueen, which Miuccia Prada does not even have close to that kind of intellectual range. Like, not even close. But I can still understand like the merit of what Miuccia Prada does, and I'm like a fan of where she exists in the space of fashion. But that's what I mean. Like, sometimes these narratives are a bit forced. Or like another intellectual designer is like Elsa Schiaparelli, for example. Like, Elsa Schiaparelli to me is like a really intellectual designer. But yeah, Micah, what was your perspective that you wanted to share?
I needed to get my mic and stuff. What's the audio saying?
No, the audio is fine.
Is it crisp though?
It's crisp. It's crisp. Definitely better than when you were shouting into the mic of your laptop.
I feel like a podcaster. This is the first time I've ever held a mic in my life, you know, because normally I just attach it to the thing. I feel like a podcaster, fam. But no, what I was just gonna say, what I think I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but I feel like there's this narrative that if I didn't deliberately put meaning into something, and then people are searching for meaning in it, those people are being silly. So like you said, you know, some designers, you feel like well, they've expressed to you that, oh, you know, they just designed the collection and they kind of found a meaning afterwards. And they'll have us out here trying to piece together all the like hidden meanings that they might have meant that probably weren't even
Oh
there.
no, so what it is like there's a difference between like you can look at a collection and find your own meaning in it type thing. That's fine. It's more so what I'm referring to, let me be more specific, is fashion critics who want to seem intelligent by saying what I think this designer is saying is this, that, this, when that designer has literally expressed to me personally that no, that's not what I was saying. So that's what I mean. It's like sometimes people try to over intellectualize fashion, but you can take a form of meaning in like what you take out of a collection, even if the designer didn't intend for that to happen, which is normal. That can happen a lot of times, right?
Okay, what I'd say is, I think that even if a lot of the time, even if a designer or a musician didn't intentionally put meaning into something, there is still like meaning that implicitly ends up in their work. So, for example, let me put it into context and it'll make a lot of sense what I'm saying. Let's say I've like my whole life I've grown up in Haiti, and like you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in Haiti. So let's say all my life I've grown up in Haiti, and then I become a designer. Whether I deliberately put certain things in my designs or not, a lot of stuff to do with my upbringing are just going to be translated through my through my clothing and my designs anyway. And I don't think that we should discredit that. Whereas I feel like online and narrative I see a lot is that, like, you know, if I didn't wake up and say this is what I wanted the collection to be, then any meaning from me should be discredited. But I don't think that's the case. I think that a lot of subconscious stuff that designers and musicians put into their work still matters. And you can say, I think it's fine to be like, oh, they didn't do it on purpose, but to act as if it's not there at all, I think is also like that's not fair.
But there's a difference between like, so for me, I feel like you can try to extract something where there's nothing there. Like that's also a thing.
Oh
So
yeah,
for
of
example,
course.
let me just give you an example because this is where I saw it the most more recently. So Demna had that collection, you know, the LA collection, right?
Yeah.
The Era One, whatever.
Yeah.
Which obviously was inspired by like LA culture and was kind of like a look on like kind of LA dressing, but also like what's the word? Kind of like the vapidness of just LA culture and celebrity culture in general, and almost making fun of it.
Yeah.
However, in between the lines of that kind of collection, right? What we're still seeing is clothing that is made with polyester and is
Mm,
made with bad fabrics and shouldn't
mm,
really be on the runway for a brand of Balenciaga's caliber, considering what they're going to charge for that sort of stuff,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
because I'm someone that I can see the inspiration and I can see what Demna's intention is, and I can talk about it, but at the same time, I can also note that the quality is really bad. This for a luxury brand is a bit odd, considering they're still going to charge you
Yeah.
800 for like a tracksuit, and all that sort of stuff. And also how not difficult it is to make, like from a design skill standpoint, right? Like if you're
Yeah.
making a pair of leggings, that's not a difficult thing for a brand to produce. It's not like creating, you know, the kind of blazer that McQueen would make, where he's literally like changing how we think
Mm,
about tailoring and silhouettes, like designing things like the
mm.
bumpers, right? So all that context, all of that to say that anytime I critique any designer, to be fair, the response is always like, you don't understand. So with Demna, people
Oh,
are
okay.
just
I
like,
understand where you're going with
so
this.
with Demna, if I say exactly what I just said, like I know what the inspiration is, I know what he's trying to do with it, but there are
Mm,
also a lot of holes in the collection. People will, so what I mean by the over intellectual type people would just be like, you
yeah.
don't understand, like you're just not understanding it deep enough. It's like there's nothing to understand. That's why I'm saying like
Yeah.
try to find stuff where there's nothing there.
Okay.
There's nothing
Yeah.
there's nothing further to understand from a luxury brand making polyester leggings and selling them for atrocious prices. There's nothing deeper there, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
people try to convince themselves that there's something deeper. I don't know if it makes them feel like they're like and some like fashion intellectual or something by just trying to like act that way. But that's kind of what I mean by that.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when like people are like trying to like almost create a narrative around something that isn't there. But in terms of like someone being like, oh, I can see that, in terms of, for example, Priya Alawalia will design a collection, and because she has Nigerian heritage, I'll see something, I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember like when I was in school in Lagos and like the street hawkers, because they had secondhand clothing from the West, you would see street hawkers wearing like England jerseys and like stuff like that. And like, so when she did that in her collection, it made so much sense. And when I read all the reviews for that collection that Alawalia designed, no one actually mentioned that. So that's a good example of like what you're saying, right? Where
and
like maybe she wasn't even thinking about that when she designed that, but it just was there because that's her experience, right?
Like I was thinking about Martine Rose as well, and like how even if the overarching theme of the collection that she's working on isn't British or Jamaican, blah blah blah, those things are so rooted in like the style that she designs in, because of like that's just her influence and that's what she knows, like the Caribbean, the Windrush generation, like that kind of like is embedded into everything. So I feel like when people are like, oh, but she didn't put that in the show notes, so she couldn't have meant it, or something like that, for example, I'm looking at it like, you can't just, I just don't think you can discredit that.
Okay,
like,
that's definitely weird, because barely anything goes in the show notes. Like the information in the show notes for most collections, to be fair, is maybe like 5% of the story. And for some designers, it's even less than 5%. Yeah, that's weird. That's saying something is not in the show notes, so it can't be there, is a bit, that's weird. That's a bit different. That's what I'm saying. That's just strange. Someone said Demno is so weird, like he does trash collections intellectually, craft wise, and commercially. Damn.
Peak.
Damn.
8 years ago though.
No. Like, and this is also something that people can't understand. People think because I don't like one collection, I hate a designer, right? Like I remember there was one time when there's this person that comments on my videos and calls me sexist every single time. Like without fail, anytime I critique a female designer, this same exact person says, oh, I hate it when men comment on women's fashion, you're so sexist, blah, blah, blah. And my response is always, and every time I give that response, the person deletes the comment. And I'm like, first of all, everyone knows that my favorite designer is a woman, Andu Lamista. Not only is she my favorite designer, I'm quite open about it. I've raved and ranted about how good her designs are, how good her collections are, blah, 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 blah. Where are you when I'm making deep dives on Priya Alawalia's work, or Paria Fazane's work, or Greta Osborne's work, or Martine Rose's work, who is another designer that I rave about? Why do you single-handedly nitpick one video where I critique a female designer and then be like, oh my God, you're sexist. Oh my God, like you don't like women.
The
oh my God,
irony of it as well
fashion.
is, if a man cannot critique women's designers, women like female designers, then men should not be able to design for women and vice versa.
Which would be crazy, right?
Which makes absolutely no sense.
Think of how many female menswear designers there are.
And vice
Martine
versa.
Rose being one of them.
Nicolas Gasquet doing women's wear. Kim
You know,
Jones.
people do say that, by the way. Like people, no, I don't agree with that point.
I think
like people say that like men can't design for women, which obviously I don't agree with. Go speak to go speak to women that love Alexander McQueen, or like, you know, women that love John Galliano, and like come back to me. But it's just, I think it's kind of like that point only comes out when they don't like the designer. So if they don't like the designer, then men can't design for women, but if they like the designer, then you can, I guess.
No, I see that point a lot as well when people are highlighting that, is it LVMH where like there are very few, if any, women
No,
actually
that's
designing women's
caring.
wear.
That's caring.
Oh,
That's
caring,
caring.
caring, caring.
Yeah.
And I think in that context, that's the only context where I'm like, oh, you know what, that makes sense. Like, fair enough, because it is odd.
Yeah.
In that kind of context, but yeah.
Yeah. Rachel says I'm not. Thank you for thank you for clarifying.
You're all good, bro. You've got Rachel's approval, so you're good.
No, because I think that person's comment, like, let me see if actually, let me not even out the person like that.
No need to
Yeah,
put the
because
person on blast, though.
I
Gonna
don't want
send
to put the
all sorts
person
of
on
hate
blast.
their way, fam.
Because it, like every single time without fail, like, and they only comment on videos where I'm critiquing a female design. That's the only time they comment. Never when I'm positive, never when I'm talking about men.
Yeah, but
Or
those kind
so
of people, they just want
another
attention
comment
anyway.
another comment she posted was so I reviewed, what did I review? I think I reviewed like a Demna collection. It must have been a Demna collection. And she said, why do you always talk about male designers? This is why women aren't in creative director roles, because critics like you don't talk about female designers. And I'm like, what? Have you heard of Martine Rose? Have you ever heard of Martine Rose before?
We talk about Martin Rose.
And who is the person online that raves about Martine Rose the most?
You, fam.
But I think it's like selective. Some people have like selective, what they see, they like only see what they want to see.
And at the end of the day, people are passionate about like the stuff they care about. So I presume when you have something negative to say about a designer they absolutely love, that's what stirs them up to be leaving these kind
But
of comments.
why would that stir them up? Like my favorite designer is Andre Mista.
Yeah, but I don't
And if
know. People are
someone said
weird, man.
if someone said Andre Mista is dog shit, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. Why would I care? I like it and I like it. Not everyone has to like it. And actually, I think it's strange to expect everyone to like one thing. If that was the case, we would all have the same interests, would dress the exact same, would look the exact same. You know what I mean? Would navigate life in the same way, right? So
If
I've
it were
never
up to
actually
these brands,
understood.
though, that's what they'd love. They'd love for us to all just like the same thing.
So we would buy all the same thing and they'll be trillionaires.
Yeah, fam. And they wouldn't even need creative directors. They just make the same thing every season.
But yeah, I don't understand why people get triggered over me critiquing their favorite designer, because once again, not everyone can like the same thing. Like I use the Andre Mista example. In fact, some people hate Andre Mista. They say it's boring. They say it's just plain blazers and trousers, and they say you look like a poet from the 50s. Like, why do you want to look like a poet from the 50s? That's what people say. Do I care? Not really. And I also think that their opinion is valid, because some of Andre Mista's inspiration actually comes from those time periods anyway.
What I
So
do
it just
think is
means they don't
interesting,
like
though,
it.
is like how, as you progress through, like, I guess any artistic field, but I'll use fashion because that's what we're talking about. As you like get in deeper and you're more interested in blah blah blah, lots of stuff that you previously didn't like, all of a sudden you like, or like all of a sudden makes more sense to you. Because I remember there was a time where I was looking at like Andy, Rick Owens, Yoji. I'd be like, these men just make all black collections all the time. Ray Kawakubo, like, oh, like what's so good? Like, I guess the shape's cool, I guess, but like, why are these men just making black clothes all the time? And then, like, as you get deeper and deeper, and you understand like more nuances and blah blah blah, you suddenly like, nah. But did you see the way he draped that though? Did you see? And it'll be the same collection. So I feel like, not to say, not even in a condescending way, but sometimes when I hear people with those opinions, like, oh, Andy's a terrible designer, I take it as, oh, you're just not in that deep yet. Not even in a condescending way, just in a like, oh, I'm sure if you spend more time and more interest in fashion, you'll probably end up maybe liking this designer more than you do now. Not to say
Yeah.
they have to become your favorite, but you'll start to appreciate things that you didn't
Yeah.
realize were cool. Because for me, at least, as well, I feel like a lot of the best parts of fashion are like in the details and in the nuances. You know,
Mhm.
cut, shape, drapery, like things like that. And I feel like it's hard to appreciate that stuff when you don't look at clothes all the time, because your average person
Yeah.
can't tell like what a nice silhouette of denim looks like. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They just know, they might know it looks nice, but they won't be able to tell you what's nice about it.
No, but it honestly makes all the difference because obviously most of my Andy pieces have a very interesting shape. And
Mm,
like people, so this is something that people tell me when they like what I wear. They always say that I really like the way you dress. Like it's not like super out there, but there's just something I can't put my finger on that's like really like interesting about it because it's the shapes. Like I might have an Andy jacket and the fit is slightly cropped, so it accentuates the fact that I have really long legs and it just looks completely different. But because obviously most people don't wear like jackets that are cropped like that, so it kind of visually looks really different.
mm.
So it's like small minute details like that. Like I have an Andy coat that like, you know, the Andy coat I'm talking about, the one that flares out. Have I shown you that one?
Not even off the top of my head.
I need to show you that one next time you come over or something. But I have this
Mm,
Andy coat that like flares outwards at the bottom. So that's another coat that people always like, I can't put my finger on it. So that's the thing. It's like, and even if you're not into that, by the way, because not everyone has to be, and it's fine. Um, that's also okay. Like I have some friends that they dress in a way that I would never in a million years dress, but they look cool. Like they wear really loud prints and like all this sort of stuff, but it still looks really, really good. But I would never dress like
mm.
that.
Oh my god, Rachel just said something I was trying to say earlier, but like way more eloquently. Part of creating can be so intuitive and can come from a place of almost subconscious. Not all creativity can be easily articulated.
This is
I
very
feel
true.
I I feel this very strongly. I feel this very, very strongly.
And a lot of designers they can't even articulate their ideas. So they might have a clear understanding of why they created things, but they just don't know how to put it in words because all their time has just been, you know, engrossed in their craft, not like actually having to explain it to people. So that's another like aspect of things.
Mm. Oh wait, there's actually quite an interesting conversation in the chat. Let's see what's going on here.
People talking about who wouldn't like to look like a poet from the 50s. There's a whole chat going on.
I agree a little bit, Al, but I do think as well that
Yeah,
Off-White just got put on a back burner when man was focusing at LV,
yeah.
as opposed to it just being the LV atelier, like coming up with the ideas. I think it's more that like most of his focus was put on LV, and that's why Off-White was not as was worse than LV.
Or culture says, I mean, he's popular, but in my opinion, he's like, oh, I'm thinking this is Demna, and his breakdown of LA culture was super superficial, had no layers, recognized no other ways of celebrity. It sucked. I mean, I 100% agree with that. To be fair, it's kind of also what I said
Right?
in the
Okay, wait.
video.
Let's pinpoint it. When was the last good Balenciaga collection?
I can't remember.
Oh, that's rough. No,
Actually,
we're
no,
gonna
I'm lying. I'm
pinpoint it.
lying. I'm lying.
We're
I'm
gonna
lying. I'm
pinpoint it.
lying. I'm
Not
lying.
including the
I'm
couture. Not
lying.
including the couture. Don't
Okay, I
include
was
the
gonna
couture.
say because a lot of
Yeah,
the
no,
couture
that doesn't
collections
count.
have
That
been
doesn't
really
count. That doesn't count.
interesting.
I'm talking about that doesn't
Some of
count.
I'm lying, I'm lying, I'm lying. Some of the couture collections have been
I
interesting.
I want to say SS22 or FW21. It was around then.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
I reckon it's SS22 if my memory serves me well.
Okay, so I mean, this collection was interesting-ish. You know the stock exchange one.
Yeah.
Resort 23. This was kind of cool. The idea was cool. The clothing, I wasn't like so into it. SS22, I think, yeah, SS22 is definitely a big one. I like the idea with the Resort 2022 as well. I would say from like Resort 2023, because after that, it was kind of like a mess since you said no couture, because this collection was obviously,
Yeah, no,
I don't even,
no,
yeah. This collection was the collection after the whole scandal where he was like, oh,
no,
a return to like, you know, he's like, I don't do gimmicks and all that stuff. And then it was the most bare bones collection because it's probably scared of like critique. Like this, it was this collection.
no, bro. Please don't
Um
show me the collection.
there's that collection. The pre-fall, not really much to say there. Obviously, the couture, I like it. It's literally damn near couture. This collection was the one where like it was interesting because a lot of like the critics and stuff kind of became the muses for the brand. Like obviously you see Kathy Horan modeling for the show, but the clothing itself is not that interesting.
I
So
just don't think any new stories are being told. That's all.
there's
I
that
feel
one.
I feel like SS22 or that kind of area anyway was the last time
Yeah.
like new interesting ideas were being explored by him. That's all. Everything
Yeah.
else after that just feels like a
Then there
rehash of
was
what
like
he's already done.
The LA collection, which was honestly one of the worst Balenciaga collections of all time. No joke. All designers included: Alexander Wang, Nicolas Gasquier, like
Oh,
all of them, all
oh,
in one.
oh!
Worst collection, like literally Balenciaga history. No joke. So that's what I have to say about that one.
This guy said Cristobal was rolling in his grave. Dear Lord.
Like that is honestly has to go down as one of the worst. Like if you were to go from the beginning of Balenciaga, that is literally probably one of the worst Balenciaga collections of all time. And I don't think too many people disagree. Then there was this collection, which this collection was like better than a lot of all the other ones. There was some interesting stuff in this collection. This was probably the most interesting collection clothing wise versus a lot of all the recent stuff he's done. But even then, it was very much like kind of what he has been doing, and kind of obviously the gimmicks of like, you know, like wearing a trench coat as like a front piece, or like what's that? There were so many gimmicks in this collection. Oh, what was the other one? Kind of like, especially at the end, they had those like. Let me go to the end. Let me go to the end. Well, obviously, this was one where it's like, you know, like deconstructing and reconstructing stuff, like turning trousers into t-shirts and all that stuff, which has been done a zillion times by designers. Not necessarily the most original thing, like the tape dress, like all this stuff. Like it's just gimmicky. And it's funny because he says nothing he does is for marketing, nothing he does is for gimmicks. And then he like puts certain stuff on the runway that's like really, really gimmicky. Like, you know, like the tag as part of the clothing. It's just like, I think to be fair, what made it worse for Demna is his interviews. I honestly think that's
Yeah,
what
but
made it
at
worse.
this point I just disregard them because like they're all cap. You can just put two of them side by side and he says opposite things in each interview. It's so odd.
Yeah.
I feel like he just makes up his answers on the spot, and that, like depending on how he feels that day.
And if that's like the meaning, or if it's the case that he can't articulate himself, that's a different issue. But he speaks with so much conviction, like nothing I do is for gimmicks, nothing I do is marketing. And then like shortly after, it's like, mate, you're literally doing like social media stunts. But even within these collections that I didn't like, one thing I will say is that um the accessories are always good. Even the
Yeah, but
collections I didn't
they're
like,
always gonna do good accessories. They're
even the
always gonna make good
collections,
bags. They're
true,
always
but
gonna
even the
have good
collections I
footwear
didn't
as well.
like, even the collections I didn't like, the footwear is amazing.
Bro,
Obviously, that's not really
I'll
like
always
as a
scream the
footwear
praises of
designer.
Balenciaga footwear, man. Balenciaga footwear is so good. Like if you
I
look at
think
their run
they're
and
at
how
the
many hit
forefront
shoes
of
they've had,
footwear.
yeah, it's actually kind of scary when you look at
Yeah,
how many like hit shoes they've had. It's like it's really surprising. They've had like at least 10, which is bonkers.
Like the bags, the footwear, accessories, like even like this beanie that's you can see through, so you kind of wear it that way. It's kind of cool. It's kind of interesting, but like, yeah, accessories wise, it's kind of cool. Like I will say, accessories like
No, accessories and
they
footwear, they always have on point in my opinion. But what I will say is it's rare. Well, that's the whole collection, but it's rare they explore something new that they haven't done
yeah.
before. That's all.
But yeah, one of the like most contradictory videos I've ever seen is that interview that Kathy Horan did with Demna. My man was contradicting himself left, right, and center.
And then I blinked and she
Like
was like,
I
runway,
reviewed it on Patreon, by the way. So if you guys are subscribed to the Patreon and maybe you're like new and you didn't know that that video existed, because there are quite a lot of videos on my Patreon, you just like scroll down and there's a video of me reacting to Kathy Horan's interview with Demna and just like breaking down every single contradiction he made. It's literally just contradiction after contradiction after. And Kathy Horan, as someone who I respect, as someone that's a very intellectual, obviously well experienced journalist, I expected her every single time, like he was contradicting.
to
I
push back.
expected.
You
I'm like,
thought
where's
you'd
the
have she'd have
question?
more
Where's
pushback.
the question? Where's the question? Where's that? That's what Kathy is known for. Like Kathy is known as being like a hard nose, harsh critic. That's like her branding. But she walked on a Balenciaga runway show and all of a sudden she forgot how to like be the journalist that she always is, which is kind of weird because I can't view Kathy Horan the same. I can't lie.
Okay, so side piece of law, guys. In the UK, they've changed all of the bottles so that you can't take the cap off. It's like it's like connected. And I can't for the life of me work out why they've done it. Because it's not to do with recycling, clearly. Like it's the same material and stuff. But now, like if I want to drink my drink, the top is just stuck on and I can't even rip it off. So weird.
Yeah, that thing is annoying.
Very weird.
I forgot to like plug in, because obviously when I'm streaming I have to plug in my laptop. My laptop like almost died. I just glanced at my battery and I was like, oh, this stream would have shut down.
I need to send you this app that you should get, actually. That's good for your battery.
Tea is hilarious. Use teeth like you're opening a malt bottle. Someone asked me if I have a Discord. So I did have a Discord. Well, I still have one, to be fair, but it's so huge that like it's hard for me to control and stuff. So what I'm going to do in a week or so is I'm going to make like a Discord for my Patreon. Because my Patreon is like way smaller, which means I can actually be in the chat and interact with people. So it's kind of like a reset. So that's coming. But it's not there yet. Also, thank you very much, Rachel, for saying my Patreon is great. It's funny because my Patreon is hit or miss. My Patreon is hit or miss, and I understand that. Like, so some people, because you know, like when you leave Patreon, maybe you don't know, but like you can give reasons why, and some people's reasons why they like unsubscribed is because like they don't like the content, which is fine, by the way. But it's just good feedback for me to just like know, right? But I understand it's not, because it's just a book club and then I react to like a lot of like fashion content. And if you're not interested in like, because I like one of my friends, for example, is like subscribed to my Patreon just to support me. And he told me that the only videos he watches is when I react to documentaries, because he can kind of like follow. But if I'm like doing all these deep dives and like book clubs and stuff, he says it's a bit like I lose him because I'm just like going a bit too deep on stuff that he's not that interested in. So it's like really interesting.
Yeah, I feel you. I guess what's nice about Patreon though is that there's no algorithm, fam. So if you want to do those
100%.
deep dive things, and you have an audience who wants it, you can. Whereas trying to pull that off on YouTube, it'll get like 200 reviews, fam.
And people get mad. Like literally, you know my 6-hour live stream. There's a comment under the live stream where someone was like, who the hell has time to watch 6 hours? This is lazy content. I'm unsubscribing.
Lol.
So like content isn't for everyone. Like whatever you do, like it's not going to work for everyone.
I'm getting roasted for not uploading. Guys, it's been like two or 3 days since the last live stream. Do you guys expect me to whip up a video in like 2 or 3 days? Apparently, all I did is flash people on live. Fair enough. That's crazy.
I know, right? It's the irony. How is 6 hours lazy content? It's at least 6 hours of work. I know, right?
I'm best believe you're getting paid less than minimum wage for that.
Exactly. Yeah,
Bro, I feel like a proper podcaster holding this mic, man.
You're like, you know the girlies that do the
I feel like Madeline Argy, fam.
Yeah, or like what's her name? Mina Lay?
Who's she? Oh, I know her. Yeah,
Mina Lay. Sometimes she like holds the mic in her hand.
Yeah, maybe I'll start doing recording videos like this. So guys,
deep dive culture.
Next thing you know, I'll buy a whiteboard and I'll have like loads of pictures on it and I'll be pointing to stuff. So as you can see,
I watched the video actually where someone was analyzing why like a lot of like those commentary, like those deep dive YouTubers hold mics in their hand like that instead of like what I do, like have it on a tripod.
I prefer it on a tripod.
There was actually like a deep thing to it. It was like there's literally, it comes across more like almost like professional stuff. You have like mic, like a news reporter.
I feel like it comes across as more authentic.
Yeah,
and I think people are looking for that a lot on YouTube at the moment. Like just feeling like the person they're watching is like authentic.
Yeah. Wait, why is Mina Lay so not? I like Mina Lay. Why does Leo not like Mina Lay?
Yeah, but it's Leo, fam. Let's see. What I like about Leo though is that he can articulate all his opinions. I hate when people have
right? Because
hot takes and they can't even back it up.
You know the Twitter hot takes. That's trash. Yeah. Why? Because it's trash. Why? Because it's trash.
Yeah, I like when people can articulate their opinions.
But it means at least they have a reason. They're not just blindly hating or just regurgitating stuff that they've seen.
Facts.
Like copying and pasting someone else's opinion. They can actually articulate why they like or dislike something.
I don't know. Even though I know who she is, I don't think I've ever watched the Mina Lay video like anytime recently. Yeah. What's her? Her biggest video is huge. TikTok is bad for fashion. 3.8 million views. What the hell?
No. Her videos are like, I think it's partly her content, partly her aesthetic, partly other things. But she pulls in views. Like she gets close to like 1 million most videos, to be fair.
Yeah. No, first.
Like the girlies love Mina Lay. I like her too. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of her takes, to be fair, especially when it comes to fashion. But I still
she has a lot of fashion-ish, like fashion-adjacent videos, it seems like.
Yeah.
Analyzing costumes in Wes Anderson movies. Obviously the TikTok fashion one. Victorian wardrobe, fashion analysis of Queen's Gambit. Oh, you know what? Let me add that to my watch later. I love
Queen's Gambit. She had a video where it was like about like how like fashion hates older women and stuff like that, which I 100% did not agree with at all. But like I could still see where she was coming from though, but I didn't.
I'll cue that one as well and see if I disagree with her. Because inherently, from the title, I don't know. It depends what angle she's coming from. But let's see.
You would think, because obviously by default you would think
that's hefty.
By default, you would basically think like, okay, fashion hates old women. Models are normally young, blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
but
But
bro,
like,
they're trying to sell to old women are the
fashion,
ones spending all the money. So
exactly,
I don't think
exactly.
fashion hates
So
them.
fashion literally caters to older women because that's who they're trying to sell to. So majority of fashion is actually catered to older women. The events are catered to older women and what older women like almost everything is. So it's quite crazy. The only thing that maybe caters to young women is like some marketing campaigns, and even that is changing because a lot of brands, Prada, Balenciaga, they have models of all different ages on the same runway now. So I just didn't really agree with what she was saying, but I kind of get where she was coming from also.
Now I'll watch it and see what I think. Is she big on TikTok as well? Oh yeah,
I'm not
decent.
sure actually. I only know her from YouTube. But her like cultured videos are my favorite ones. The like ones where she talks about like pop culture and like how it intersects with like the
Fashion.
contemporary time and like all that sort of stuff. Like not necessarily even just fashion. Like she had a video recently about like Ozempic, which was really interesting and I
Oh
really
yeah,
liked it.
the Ozempic discourse is so interesting. I watched like a video way too long on it recently. From
Yeah,
who
shout
was
out
it?
Mina Lay.
What's this guy's name? Oh, this is gonna annoy me. Like black guy with the dreads, who'd be not
Mm,
FD signifier, who'd be making like D'Angelo or something like that. Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right,
And he
right.
makes like, just way too long videos. You end up sitting there for like an hour and a half learning about something. D'Angelo Wallace, he did like an Ozempic video as well and talking about like celebrity
Yeah.
culture, like pop culture and Ozempic and stuff.
Well, culture says, I love this move to older women and different body types on the runway, like Miu Miu. I wish there was way more, honestly. Yeah. I feel like we're getting there, but a lot of brands I know, they use like different ones. Someone said FD signifier is annoying. That's funny.
You know what? I
He
watched like one of my first FD signifier videos like literally today, and I can't say I was a fan of this video, but I know a lot of people
what
like it,
was
so he
it?
must have good takes. It was one about Diddy and the whole
Mm,
no Diddy stuff,
yeah.
and I just felt like
I
he was
think
taking
that
it
like
seriously.
yeah, FD signifier, I'd like some of his takes, but I think he's just very I don't think he's very okay, like FD signifier exists within a certain political and social ideology and will never step out of it, regardless, is what
Yeah.
I
Oh
think about
damn.
him.
Oof. Wait. You kind of you cooked to that one. Why did you hit it so quick, fam?
And obviously, sometimes I'll agree with it, and then other times I won't. But he's
Yeah, yeah,
very
word,
rigid within that box.
word, word,
Um,
word.
is kind
But
of
like I
the
said,
vibe I get from
I'll
him.
never fully hate on anyone who articulates their opinion, and he's someone that definitely articulates what he thinks.
Exactly.
So GG's.
Exactly. So like when culture says FD signifies, like I know exactly what you mean. Like I can understand what you're
Mm,
saying.
mm. What fashion YouTubers should we be watching? Put us on some new YouTubers.
I mean, I say it all the time. Like it's the same people over and over again. Um, and I don't think I've found any new YouTubers like in terms of like new channels.
Mm.
Um, so it's the same. It's going to be like Understitch, Tuba, Avalon. Um, who else?
Is
Help me
that
out. Help
you
me
know
out. Help
what?
me
Is
out.
VJ Borelli back? I feel like he's back, Let me check.
Oh yeah, VJ Borelli.
I think he's back. I could be tweaking though. No, he's not. He's a fraud like me, to be fair. You know what? Me and him should be friends.
It'll be frauds and frauds together.
Yeah.
I still find it funny how people don't understand that brands use young demos to drive conversation. Mostly makes these people think they have significant purchasing power. Yeah. Like young people have not a lot of purchasing power at all
Mm.
compared to like older people.
No, what they do though, a lot of these brands is they still market to young people, so that when young people do have purchasing power, they remember,
There's
these
that.
feelings they felt before,
Yeah.
so that that's what they do.
Part of it is also what they try to do at least is they market, like they use young people sometimes to market, because it's that whole trope of like older people want to feel younger, so they want to wear clothing that
Mm,
makes them feel younger type thing. I've
mm.
definitely heard things like that being said at times.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
But yeah, who am I subscribed to that's a fashion content creator? I mean, I'm subscribed to like Abby Cox,
Who's that?
who like makes more like really, really like old fashion history videos. Like stuff about like
ABBY
Hawaii,
Cox.
and, like yeah.
Oh bloody hell! Big channel.
Um, and it's like, yeah, it's interesting.
Oh yeah, this looks interesting. Watch later. I don't know what I'd do without YouTube Watch Later, man.
Watch later is key.
Bro,
My
it's like
watch later is
literally one of
always
the best features on the whole app. I'd be cooked about it.
I don't think people invest in fashion content on YouTube more. Yeah, so the reason why is I'll just tell you. Basically, what it is there's more money on TikTok and Instagram, to be honest. Like I've definitely made more money on TikTok and Instagram, which is so weird because I don't have a big audience on TikTok or on Instagram. But brands, for some strange reason, are just way more focused on doing stuff with creators on those platforms. I don't know what it is about YouTube and why brands don't want to, like fashion brands I'm talking about, or just the fashion industry, they don't want
No,
to
apparently
adopt.
it's all brands. I was speaking to someone about this.
Yeah,
Apparently it's all industry. It's not just fashion.
yeah. I don't know what it is about YouTube. So that's honestly why a lot of people invest more time into like TikTok and stuff. Um, I guess the people that invest more time on YouTube are people that get a lot of views, because then obviously you make a lot of money. But someone like me, I don't get loads of views. Um, so I think it depends, like where. How does one make money on Instagram? It's just brand deals. So it's like a brand will pay you to like, like talk about something. In my case, they pay me to talk about something I've already talked about, which is like hilarious. So like let's say I make a YouTube video on, I don't know, like I'll give you an example of like a brand deal I've done. So I remember one time I was talking about the history of like Bell Staff and like how I was getting into like motorbikes and stuff. And then Flannels and like Bell Staff reached out to me to do this like brand deal. They're just like, oh yeah, we really like what you said about Bell Staff. Bell Staff actually just released a book, and we want you to just like make an Instagram about it, and we'll pay you to do it. So it's kind of like I already talked about it. I'm just going to talk about it on a different platform and get paid to do it. That's kind of how you make money on those platforms. But I guess in that specific instance, it was just like perfect timing, and that happens. But once again, I'm not big on those platforms, so it doesn't happen a lot. People who are big on those platforms, they get those kind of opportunities almost every day.
I'm going to aim Leon d'Or for like the second time ever tomorrow.
Oh,
I'll let
nice.
you guys know how it is, chat.
Have you been to the cafe?
No, I'm going for the first time tomorrow.
Oh, it's really cool. I went to the cafe one time. I had a meeting at the cafe, and I just saw Tyler, the creator. He was just like chilling in there.
Yeah, bro.
It's so
That
weird.
guy, I bet he probably only had like one
He had,
security with him as well.
yeah, he had one, but
Around
the
the
guy
corner
who
though.
the
Massive
guy who was
Ville, right?
was huge. That
Yeah,
guy
yeah,
was,
yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ville. But no, Tyler just rolls around with like just Ville and like that's it. And he'll just be sitting in public. It's so funny to me.
yeah. It sounds like YouTube is a slow platform and people skip ads and don't like ads, so brands don't invest. I guess that's a good point. Like I
I don't
literally
know.
I pay for YouTube Premium because I don't want to see it.
I think everything's cyclical though. I think the like TikTok's gonna slow down a bit, and I think a lot of people are gonna be coming back to YouTube. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
What I don't understand about TikTok as a platform is like, because for example, when I started my TikTok, it was like a totally new platform. I didn't understand it at all. And a lot of people like knew who I was, which I found weird because the TikTok fashion scene on YouTube completely different. Like the people that are big on TikTok are not the people that are big on YouTube unless you're like Hort Mode. They're like completely different worlds, completely different content creators that are big. So it's kind of like different. And they're like, oh, like I really like your content, but what I love about TikTok is I can get all the information in 1 minute. And my thought process was like, but you can't though.
Yeah.
like how you, like
Nah,
how are
just a
you going to
different,
get all of the information in a minute?
different demographic, man. But I was having this conversation with my friend like yesterday. But you know what? He needs to get in one of these live streams one of these days. But anyway, we were just talking about how like, you know, TikTok has like changed the fashion landscape in terms of
Yeah.
like the way people dress. I feel like more people who weren't interested in fashion have more of an interest now because of TikTok. People love to go to TikTok to get like styling tips, what's trending, what's new, like it's sped up the whole like trend culture. Somehow it's managed to speed that up. And I already thought that the trend culture was like fast with Instagram, but TikTok's really accelerated it to like new levels, you know, where you've got like all these micro trends going on at once, and then some micro trends converge with like Timberlands or like Sambas. And then, you know what I mean? You get what I'm saying anyway. But I don't know. I think all these things are cyclical at the end of the day, and eventually everyone will be back on YouTube, and then they'll balance out, and then, you
know. There's such a thing as TikTok fashion, which is strange to me. Yeah, I'm
yeah.
always so out of the loop because I don't actually go on TikTok. Like I don't watch
I've been
TikTok
meaning
at
to.
all.
I've been meaning to get on there. I always say I'll do it, but you know, I'll get there eventually, lads.
I make like short videos for Instagram, and then the only time I go on TikTok is to upload the video on TikTok. So I'm always like, when people are like, "Oh, there's this trend on TikTok," I have to like actually read articles about it because I don't know what they're talking about.
No, I mean, really and truly, we should both be on there a bit more, mate. But
We
you know,
should.
get
I
into the
should,
game.
as a journalist, like observing culture. It's just that I already wear too many hats. I don't know how I would possibly add like scrolling through
No,
TikTok because
honestly.
my process, like when I wake up, I like, you know, get freshen up and all of that, and then I like open my laptop and I open all the magazines and like online and go through every single article they've written in the past 24 hours to see if there's any fashion news I'm missing. And by the time I'm done with that, that takes me like 1 to 2 hours, depending on how long all of the articles are. So by the end of that, now it's like, okay, now I have to think about actually making content. I have to think about maybe scripting something for a live stream. I have to think about, so by the end of it, there's not really any time left to like scroll. And I have to read like books. And obviously I'm doing the Patreon book club. So it's not just about reading the book, but also making notes too. So there's just not enough time in a day to add another social media platform to that whole routine.
No, I'm hoping to hop on TikTok and like when I have a little bit more time in like a month or two. Really, I like what I do like about TikTok. I mean, YouTube. Don't get me wrong, YouTube has like an unserious side to it as well. But I like how I feel like what a lot of people like about TikTok is that it just doesn't seem that serious. Like it's quite like a kind of like Twitter in a way. Like it's very like it's an unserious platform. Like, you know, someone might come on and just say something funny and it'll bang like tons of people will see it and will just laugh. Do you know what I mean? I do like that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think that's why I started moving more towards live streams because with live streams I can show more of my personality.
Yeah.
Because the problem is like when you make a video, you have to make it concise because of the format of the video. And so I end up just sounding like So for this collection for Rick Owens, what he was inspired by was this, and it just comes across so monotonous. It's
Yeah,
almost like I'm a robot.
No, I think it's hard to kind of like get personality across on camera, man, when it's not in this kind of format where you're just talking to someone.
Right, from the outside looking in, TikTok seems to have completely changed people's perceptions of rap. That's so true, actually.
I think that's across all platforms.
No, but like,
I'd be seeing people say some stuff, questionable stuff.
But before though, people only used to talk about reps a lot on like Reddit, like fashion R rep, all that stuff. But TikTok, like people are making videos on videos, like on YouTube. Like people aren't.
But
really
again, I
making
think
videos.
it comes down to that thing of like TikTok's really broken the barrier for like people who weren't so much interested in fashion to at least be more conscious of how they dress. So the people that they're looking at, that they're inspired by their style, and then they find out everything's expensive, and then they swipe to the next TikTok and there's some Donny telling them, oh, you know, you can actually buy it all rep. And these people go like, yeah, sure. Why would I want to pay £300 for these shoes? I could get a rep. And at the end of the day, these people aren't like, they're very surface level interested in fashion. So they don't actually care that much about like reps and stuff like that.
To be fair,
and what also doesn't help is all these factories as well who are making like really, really good reps. So people are being like, well, if there's not much difference in quality between the rep and the real one, why wouldn't I get the rep? Not that I agree, but those are the arguments I've seen. Because I went down this rabbit hole because I didn't understand why people were suddenly more accepting of reps than they were, you know, a few years back.
Obviously, I think a lot of people don't actually know like the thing, because like a lot of people that sell reps, they're like tied to like criminal gangs and stuff, and that are tied to other
fund a lot of questionable
things.
stuff.
Yeah, but it's weird because a lot of those same people would say like, "Oh my god, like these brands, like they'll talk about like fast fashion and be like, oh my god, child labor," and it's like, yeah, but low key, that reps jacket is tied to a drug ring that literally probably traffics people, but you know, say less.
Well, we pick and choose our battles, don't we?
What did Leo say? One of my friends at uni asked if my clothes were reps and I got offended, but also like reps of a jacket that only had 3 units of production per size.
Yeah, bro. Oh, bro. It's not asking if I had reps. I just instantly be offended. Because I don't know. I also take it as like, maybe I'm just reading too much into it. But I also take it as like them being like, oh, what, you can afford what you're wearing kind of vibe. And I'm like, well, yeah, I bought it, mate. Like...
No, so oh my god, so fashion education actually scares me. Like I do a lot of lecturing at universities, and aside from fashion journalism courses, and especially like because I lectured MA fashion journalism at CSM, where like they're amazing, and most of them are not even from a fashion background, by the way. They've like studied something else and they're doing a fashion journalism MA at CSM, and like they're learning really fast. They're amazing. But like you go into some classrooms, like it makes me realize how passionate I am about fashion, because I've lectured at so many fashion schools where like I walk in and I make a reference to something and then they're looking at me like, what? And then I have to start explaining like stuff that I think as a fashion student you should probably know, because you're actually studying it as like a degree. If it was just like an interest, that's completely different. But if I'm like, oh yeah, because there was this time when Margiela did this thing, and they're like, who's Margiela?
Nah, bro,
allow
it. No, bro, allow it. No,
I
bro,
swear on my life,
no, allow
so
it.
many students don't know who Martin Margiela is.
Oh, that's crazy.
And they study fashion like on a degree level.
So what are they learning about? Like, respectfully,
I have no idea.
Yeah, these guys are laughing at me in this bottle, fam. I don't. I'm actually gonna beef the UK government. I'm telling you, if I get any political power in this country, I'm banning the Range Rover Evoque. I'm fixing the bottles, and I'm removing sugar tax from drinks. And then I'll leave
Yeah.
whatever party I'm part of after that. But no, that's crazy. I can't even wrap my head around that, because I knew who Margiela was before I was even interested in fashion. Like, if you listen to music, people would just be talking about their Margielas.
It shocks me when so I have this argument with a lot of students a lot. It's quite interesting. So the argument is that like they always don't really know a lot of people, or a lot of designers, or a lot of people who are like very influential in the history of fashion, right? And when I ask them, like, why have you never even cared to like know anything about fashion history? They're like, well, I'm a designer and I don't want to be influenced by like anything.
Oh,
And I'm
oh,
just like, and my
oh.
argument is always like, that is the wrong way to see it, because you have to know, even if it's not like you don't want to be influenced, it's like a case study. It's like you have to know what's
That's a
come
pot.
before,
That's not,
how you have
that's
to know how
terrible,
those
man.
businesses operated. You have to know, like, if you want to be like work in the industry long term, especially because most people will not have a successful brand, even though you think you will. I've seen it time and time again. So many designers start a brand and it closes after 5 years. So more than likely, you're going to work for one of these brands that you've decided not to learn anything about. And that puts you at a disadvantage in interviews when you work there. So it's just like, it just
It's
sounds like a
also
horrible excuse.
what I'm thinking about too is, like, at the end of the day, even though we like to pretend it's not true, two people can just have the same idea. And if you
Yep.
don't bother to study fashion, or at least, do a bit of research on the people that have come before you, you might have this idea that you think is original, and you spend loads of time on it and you do it, and everyone's like, hey, this person already did it exactly the same as you. And it's not and you didn't copy them, but if you've done your research, oh, this has actually been done before me. I'm gonna tweak it in this way, or I'm gonna do this so my
Yeah.
idea is still refreshing and innovative. But because you didn't want to spend, I don't know, an hour out of your day just learning about some people who came before you, now you're doing stuff some people have already done, and your collection's getting criticized.
There's a lack of like, and I talk about this with my friends, by the way, because like, okay, one of my friends, Yaku, right? Like
Yeah,
Michael,
bro.
Yaku. So for people that
Goated
don't
there.
know, like,
Very
I'll
talented
add
guy.
context. I'll add context to who Yaku is. So Yaku is a really, really talented fashion designer who I met at a Cold War drop
Oh, is that how
years
you
and
met
years and
him?
years ago. Yeah,
But
that
he
was
lives in Leeds, no?
no, he doesn't. That was the first day we met. You were there.
Really?
The first
I
day we
know,
met.
but I
We
thought
met.
in my head I just thought you've
No,
known each
that
other
I met
longer.
him
That's
in that line. That was
crazy.
the first time I met
That's
him.
crazy.
So what happened was I met this guy at an A Cold War like line, whatever, and we were both going. Even though, I won't say where he lives actually, but he doesn't live in the north of London. He lives in the southeast. So we were both going to university in Leeds, like north of England, for
Yeah, okay, see, that's what I
context.
meant. You were both going to Leeds though. I
But
remember that.
he was studying geography and I was studying chemical engineering, and then he changed his degree to fashion design because he was like, geography is not for me. I care more about fashion anyway. So he started studying fashion design at Leeds, and I was studying. Then I obviously eventually like left and then studied fashion journalism. So when he finished his BA at Leeds, he did his MA at CSM. So then we were
Mhm.
both at CSM at the same time for 2 years. And we had this discussion all the time when we see each other at CSM. Like, a lot of these designers and these journalists are not going to go anywhere because they don't have that same. Like, Yaku and I can talk about fashion and fashion history for like ages. Like, we can talk about Issey Miyake collections for hours and hours, and we did. Or we can talk about like Charles James. We can talk about all this stuff. There's like a passion there. And it's so lacking when you go to fashion school. And it shocks me because it's like we're literally in fashion school. Like, so many things, people be like, what are you talking about? Like, what's that? And you're thinking, we're studying this. Like, we're on a fashion course. And like, we always talk about this all the time. Like, why is there this lack of like passion about fashion? It's almost like people just going through the motions.
You know what though? If I play devil's advocate.
And also, before you say that, by the way, just to add context to like this conversation that Yaku and I have, Yaku ended up winning the L'Oreal prize So he had the best collection in the CSM show. He ended up
mm.
winning the L'Oreal Prize. He ended up winning LVMH, like one of the LVMH Young Designer Awards. He did a collaboration with Canada Goose.
Bro, he's
He's
about to get stocked in Essence. I think he's about to get stocked in
his
Essence.
clothes are now stocked in Essence. So this is what I mean. This is what happens when the kind of designers that actually care, they go that far. And you can tell who these designers are because they have the passion, they know what's come before them, they know what's coming after. They're not necessarily inspired by them, but it's a case study. Like Yaku uses Issey Miyake a lot as a case study. So there's just a lack of passion. It's funny because we have this conversation, and out of like, let's say my year, I'm the person that like worked at BOF and has articles in Vogue Runway. Yaku won the L'Oreal Prize. So you can actually see also the correlation between the people that were really passionate about it and actually success, like tangible success. So it's weird. Like when I lecture sometimes, I'm actually like shocked, like wow.
To play devil's advocate, I feel like, and if we look at all university courses, not just fashion, lots of people start a course and realize they're not that passionate about it or not that interested in it, and then end up working in a different industry.
True.
So perhaps that's what's happening with fashion. People are like, oh, maybe I like it. They're not that passionate. They just try it. They do their 3 years and realize it's not for them. Go work something else anyway. And that's why, because I feel like it does require that passion to drive you to be learning about these designers that came before you, especially with the way fashion is. Some of the text that is most helpful can be quite obscure, and like you really have to work to even get your hands on sometimes.
But there's always ways though. It's kind of like this take is like, it's strange even athletes would look at older players before them to get inspired. Exactly, because there's always something to learn. Like if you're a basketball player, you're going to watch Kobe and Michael Jordan. You're not, the last thing you're going to say is, I don't watch Michael Jordan and Kobe because I don't want to be influenced. What? You're actually very stupid for saying that.
It's bonkers, but I just think the people who do that aren't the ones that actually care. And so
yeah,
I did a history degree just for bounce. I now regret it, and I know I should have done fashion instead. Major regret.
Yeah, I hear that.
Your degree is a very, what's the word?
It's useful in fashion though, like history.
Yeah, the skills set that you learn from a degree like history are
Research.
really applicable to fashion. But also, I don't think, if it makes you feel better, I'm pretty sure statistically most people complete their degree and decide that they're not as interested in that topic that they've just spent 3 or 4 years studying as they thought they were. Because I
Just
think
like I did engineering.
the education system makes us decide too early, in my opinion. Like realistically, like depending on if you want to do medicine, you have to know from like 16 years old, because obviously you need to take the right A levels in order to even be able to get into uni for medicine. Like, that's way too early.
Yeah, this exactly is like wanting to be a filmmaker and swearing off the cinema. It's like wanting to be a filmmaker and not learning about any kind of like filmmaking style from any filmmaker that has come before you because you don't want to be inspired by them. All that will happen is you'll just have no range, you'll have no understanding of like what's possible, and then you'll just be a bad filmmaker. That's all that will that's all that's going to come out of that.
No, what's even worse that can happen is that you do get a bit of success at the start, and that gives you like a false positive into thinking that what you've done up until that point is the right way to operate, and then you don't find success again and you'll be wondering why.
Yeah.
It's like all these artists that maybe they haven't done their music artists that haven't done their history and like listen to like a range of genres and stuff, and maybe they'll get 1 or 2 songs that are hot, so they think they don't need to go and really study music and don't need to learn any music theory, and then their career falls off and they're wondering why. It's like maybe you should have just,
because the artists that are actually the most successful do a lot, like the Adeles,
do a lot.
the Tylers, these are people that like really go deep into their craft. These are like how many Grammys does Adele have? Let me check.
No, but bro, Adele's like, you know, Adele.
Like Adele is Adele, bro. Like Adele has 16 Grammys. Oh my god. That's crazy. 16 Grammys. Holy smokes.
I think Jay-Z has 44 Grammys.
Does he actually?
I think so. Please check.
Wait,
I think Jay-Z and Ye both have 44 Grammys.
Not saying that Grammys is the only indicator of like how
Oh
good
no,
the
they're
artist
not at
is,
all.
but yeah. Okay, Jay-Z has 24.
Maybe it's 44 nominations.
Yeah, exactly this. It was just like an easy signifier. But like Adele is like, I'll put it this way. Adele, people are going to be listening to her music for like years and years and years.
Yeah. Decades and decades and decades.
Like the way we listen to Amy Winehouse still.
Mm.
But people that like I'm trying to think of like someone who's popular but they make really trash music. There's a lot of them, to be fair. Who do I single out?
There's no need to name drop. People can people can decide their own. Some of those people might even have dropped music today.
You know, when it's just like this person has no talent, but is just popular. It's like,
wait, T, did you just change your name? I didn't know you could change your name. Now T is tossing.
Oh,
bro, Leo's coming with the hottest
music.
This guy.
Oh
man.
my! See, I don't even need to name drop anymore. The chat is going to do it for me. That was an NBA young boy.
Yeah. Right.
To be fair, I'm kind of old school with hip hop. I don't like all that meaningless.
I don't know
crap.
if you're as old school as you're making out, but I hear it.
I like some like Larry June is not a lyricist, but I appreciate his music. So I guess there's some artists that I can appreciate, even if they're not like super like deep lyricists, like Mick Jenkins.
Yeah, but bro, we've been singing "Pocket Full of Money's Got My Trousers Falling Down." That's what we're bumping, bro. What do you mean?
But it's just funny though. It's just funny. Like why is that a song? Like pockets full of money, got my trousers falling down. It's just funny. But I love Larry June. Larry June is just like, I got the green juice. Hey.
This again.
Porsche 911. Hey.
Oh, it's a bit
As I said, I was like 12 talking about he likes old school. What if I'm into artists that were before my time? You know, I'm into loads of artists that were before my time. Wait, what are they talking about? Did you hear about the new Isabella Blow film being made? I think I heard about that. Yeah, they have a cast already, but they're looking for an actor to play McQueen. Emilia Clarke is playing Daphne Guinness.
I like Emilia Clarke.
Why are there so many fashion films and documentaries coming out?
There's I don't know why. And I feel like they're not even doing that well, respectfully.
A lot of them aren't great. I think the Balenciaga one was actually quite decent compared to all the Gucci. The Gucci one was horrendous.
Talking in terms of how much money they're making. They're not making money, so I don't understand why they keep making the films.
Even like the John Galliano documentary came out. John Galliano documentary came out. What other recent one? It's not a film. There's a Balenciaga like series. It's a series. What's that? I like Boldy James, by the way. I'm a big fan of Boldy James.
After this, in fact, I need to go to bed. But I need to listen to the Muck Homie album.
Oh yeah, Muck Homie's in that sort of same group of rapper. Yeah. The Gucci movie was atrocious.
I didn't even watch it.
Yeah, I definitely listened to Griselda.
Yeah, I'm listening to the new Vince Staples after this as well. I'm really excited. I was in his live stream yesterday. Scarlett is playing Isabella. Is that true?
React to the. You know what? Leo, you're actually right. I do need to react to because like, till today I haven't seen John Galliano. It's because I'm so busy doing other things. There's no excuse, to be fair. Like, I could just watch it. It's just like what, 2 hours max. So I'm actually going to write it down and commit after the next because the next Patreon video, I'm probably going to drop it tomorrow, is going to be a reaction to the Still Here documentary I was talking about. Just to give a good sense of like production issues that can happen with a brand. Then maybe after I can consider the John Galliano documentary. I was so mad about the Gucci movie because I rarely go to the theater, but when I went to see it, and it was awful. It's not historically accurate, and I know they need to do that because Hollywood, it has to be entertaining, but it's like so far removed.
What's weird though is a lot of these, at least for these older fashion stories, a lot of them, the truth is already entertaining enough that I'm pretty sure you can make a movie out of it.
I know,
lie.
right? Like, especially the Gucci story. It's mad entertaining.
Exactly.
And then you had like Lady Gaga with like a terrible Italian accent. Like,
and again, I did not watch it. I saved my coins. Saved my coins. I
that
need
was
to watch.
iconic.
Do we know
Lady
if
Gaga Italian accent?
The new look TV show on Netflix? Sorry, on Apple TV. Is it any good?
Apple TV. I haven't seen it.
Any good? Let me see what IMDb is saying.
With these shows, I don't feel the need to see it because I already know the actual history, and I feel like
I just rate Apple TV, man.
Is it? Because I just feel like
normally.
if I watch the show, I'll end up being annoyed by how they represent it because they're going to like do the Hollywood thing and like switch the story around, and it won't be like the timeline won't make sense because it's more entertaining if they switch it around. You know, that's what they're going to do.
Oh, IMDb are claiming it's all right. You know, might have to give it a watch. Has anyone in chat seen it?
Has anyone seen the New Look series? Can we stop putting Lady Gaga in films?
Accents
are bad. But Dior, Mercy, Chanel, but the story is good. Interesting.
First, that's a pretty. Can you rate it out of 10, Al? Give it a rate out of 10 to the decimal, bro. Leo, man.
Leo just came in like the New Look series is dog shit.
Okay, well, Al and Leo, can you rate it out of 10 to the decimal?
Oh,
give it a decimal rating out of 10.
Leo has me in tears. You just straight up said, nah, that series is dog shit.
7.5 out of 10 solid, fam. Sounds like that's worth my time, mate. Might have to give it a little watch. Yo! Leo said 0.1 out of 10. We need someone to be a tiebreaker. I beg. There's been someone else. We need someone else in the chat who's seen it, fam.
Leo doesn't do like. Leo is either it's like a 9 out of 10 or it's like a -1. There's no like middle. I like some of the guys on what the fuck does she know about acting? I was like, what the fuck does she know about cameras? But like, that was actually poor form. She was creative director of like Kodak or Leica or something.
Leica, yeah.
Wait, was it Leica? Wait, Lady Gaga, creative director. Oh, Polaroid.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, that was poor form, bro. Creative director of Polaroid. That was very poor form.
I mean,
yeah, everyone's saying Polaroid.
She's probably one of the most
Polaroid.
photographed people of all time, so give her that, I guess. Serious?
He found the diamond in the rough. You said that was you were thinking quick on your feet. I mean, she's the most photographed, so in a way.
Oh, guys, I got my Church's shoes polished the other day, and they gave me this nice box. Oh my
actually, let me
gosh,
move
it's
that. Show us
heavy.
the
No,
box.
I'm putting it down, bro. It's heavy.
All right, Micah's flexing again in the stream. Okay, Church's shoes. Okay, Micah.
Guys, it's a pair of shoes, man. Like, it's not
What if
low
I
Louis.
started flexing
Go
Angelina
for it,
Easter
bro.
pickups in the
Please, please. Would I recommend Churches? I think Churches are a phenomenal brand. I just think it's quite expensive, but the shoes, they make stuff. They genuinely want it to last you your entire life.
And then they
That's what
have a
I'll say.
repair service. They have a
Yeah,
really good.
yeah. They'll repair it for you. They'll clean it for you. Like, you'll pay a lot of money up front, but it will actually last you your entire life. So fair play.
They're the kind of shoes where the base, sorry, the upper is so strong that all you need to do is like change the sole from time to
Yeah,
time.
yeah. No, it's like real good leather. What are we
He said,
watching?
"Look at this man. He can't help himself. Lacoste." Because I actually just want to see it because I
I
actually
haven't
missed
even
the
seen this,
collection.
man.
And
When
since
was
we're
this?
chatting, I haven't seen it either. It's the last Lacoste show.
When was it?
Let's see if there's a date. 2 months ago.
And who's the creative director now that Louis Trotter's gone?
I don't actually know. Let me Google it. I know, but it just like skipped my mind. Lacoste creative director. Okay, I don't actually know who this is. I lied. Pelagia Kolotouros. Let me see. Where this person designed before?
Did they ever even
I
explain
remember
why they parted
Lacoste.
ways with Louise Trotter, man? Because
Yeah,
I
I
thought she
remember
was doing a
Lacoste under
job.
Louise Trotter. Like that's the
She was doing
Lacoste
a
I remember.
great job.
But
I
the reason
thought.
why I want to watch it is I do genuinely think that sometimes Lacoste has interesting stuff. Sometimes
So yeah, I
it's like
think Lacoste has
very,
interesting ideas.
very hit or miss. And just while we're chatting, it's good to watch in the background.
Yeah. Churches is decent, says
Yeah,
Leah.
Trickers are great. Trickers, Churches, those are like the quintessential like UK like footwear brands if you want like
Yeah.
serious quality.
No, like I think like I definitely like save up and get like another pair of Churches, honestly.
No, Churches are solid. Man like Micah giving out clothing tips.
Yeah, I'll make a video and then eventually. Wait, are they nearby? Oh, I'm not getting out of bed. I can't lie. I'm not getting out of bed. I was gonna show you guys the Churches I have.
My boxes take up so much space. The other day I took hours just putting all my boxes in my loft.
What
Because
boxes?
I
Shoe
ran out of
boxes.
space. Yeah, just like shoe boxes.
I flattened all of mine. They were taking up too much space. I had to flatten them
That's a
out.
good
So peak.
idea, actually.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
flatten them and then
Yeah.
I'll make a video.
Now, guys, you have to understand, guys. So that when this video does drop, you're all gonna be shocked, fam. You're gonna be like, "What? This
Micah
guy
has been
actually?"
making a video for the past how many months? I'll make a video. You know, every live stream you always say I'll make a video, bro. You're pending at
The
least
thing
like
is, though,
20 videos.
the thing is, though, I genuinely mean it. Like, it's gonna be a 3-hour video, 20-hour vlog.
I'll make a video.
No, the thing about me as well, guys, being 100% transparent. I remember a lot of the time. I remember to vlog, and I remember to like write scripts when I have ideas. I immediately write it down. It's just getting it actually made.
But it shouldn't be that like why what is it? What is stopping like what is the process?
Bro, it's
that makes
having to
it
take out
tedious?
the time, fam. It's
But
having to
it's
take
just
out
like
the
set up
block
your
of time.
tripod, a couple
Film, and
chattings.
then I know damn well I have to sit down and edit for like however many hours. We'll get there. No, we'll get there.
I really mean it, guys. It's gonna be great, fam.
No.
Trust me.
It's true, guys. I'm so real, guys.
See,
Like,
people are still subscribing, Micah. You still haven't posted.
guys, No, I actually have my internal. Okay, I'll let you guys know what's going on in Micah
Like
Limited.
Micah actually has a very interesting wardrobe. Like if you, Micah, if you actually committed to like making content, I feel like
Oh
people
yeah,
would be
that's the
really
myth.
interested.
But no, okay. Let me tell you. Let me tell you when in according to my internal deadline, I have to drop a video before the 19th of June. So really and truly, we know that within the next 2 weeks, there's going to be a new video on my channel.
That's hilarious. 98 Channel is a compilation of clips of him saying. I feel like when you post a video, most of the comments are just going, "Oh my god,
Yeah, it's
Micah
just like, oh,
posted
he's
a
back.
video."
He's back.
I really mean it, guys.
No, guys, literally before the 19th of June, that's the internal deadline that me and the team are working on. So, and by the team, I mean me and my two hands.
I was like, "You've got a team now." Like, God, damn, you're doing better than me. I have no team.
By the team, I mean me and my two hands.
Fallacies and falsehoods.
I was actually working on this calm script today, guys. Can't lie to you.
Well, you actually though.
No, what makes it funny is that it's really true. Like that's what I find funny about it. Like I know I say all this shit, but like I'm really out here writing like fat scripts just to like, and then they just don't get recorded. But at least they're written down. So when it's time to record, like.
So you're telling me you have like, you know, like they say like Jay-Z's pen book where he used to write all his lyrics. You have the
Bro,
equivalent to that where it's
wait,
just
okay,
script
how do
on
I
script on
screen
script.
share? How do I screen share? Watch this. Watch this. And I think I can actually screen share now. Or do I have to give
Yeah.
perms? Oh, I have to give perms. I'll have to quit. You know what? Let me just do that. I think it's gonna kick me out of the live stream, but I'll be back in a second.
Oh, because the permission thing, yeah. So stingy with the videos. I know, right? He needs to post. I tell him all the time he needs to post and be more consistent. Because I tell him we need to be two peas in a pod. He has the interesting clothes, and then I just hop on his channel to just be a nuisance. And then
What are you
and
saying?
then I do my live stream. No, I was just making fun of you. I was saying that like you need to start posting because we need to be two peas in a pod. That I go on your channel and just an absolute nuisance. And then
Just
you come
troll
on my
me.
live streams and then you promise people videos that you don't post.
Okay, let me show you guys what's happening at Micah HQ. Present, share screen, share window. Okay, cool. Can you guys
I
see
see.
this? Can you guys see this?
There we go.
So this is my Notion. This is where, so basically I have a notes app on my phone, and my notes app is where broad ideas go. And then when I want to refine the idea, it comes into here. And then I start scripting and like working out my thoughts. Sometimes it takes me longer than others, but I end up just writing an essay. And then eventually it becomes a video. And I have a lot of these are like that. And yeah, and then I just have to actually sit down and actually record it. Not a single upload dating back to 2022. That's not true. I posted twice this year.
Micah, you're hilarious because
I
let
posted
me
twice.
let me tell you guys a funny story about Micah. So Micah came to my house, right? And because he was filming his like LV bag video. Was that the last video you posted?
No,
The
I
Hermes one
posted two
after,
since
right?
then. I posted two since then. I've posted
Oh,
two
okay,
since then.
okay. But anyway, Micah came to my house and like he filmed all the B-roll. I helped him film some of the B-roll and like all that stuff. And then at the end of the day, I was like, "Oh, so Micah, when are we getting this video?" He said, "Oh, like latest. I'm looking to release it tomorrow." A week later, I call him like, Micah, where's the video? He's like, oh, like, basically, it's just like I'm having to move mountains with the B-roll and like the editing. And I'm like, okay, Micah. A week later, Micah, are you going to post? So you guys are in for a wait.
At least that video hit 10K though, so you know. In fact, it's pushing 11K now. Big up whoever's still watching this, fam.
People are mad at you because you put the speedies on the floor. That was funny.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, Tosin, I'm actually I'm gonna bump that video up in my priority list, the one about Adidas, because they did some stuff literally the other day that pissed me
Adidas?
off.
This guy thinks he's American.
Okay, here we go.
Adidas?
Here we go. 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 Adidas.
What in the
Adidas.
American is that?
Adidas.
Do you speak American?
Adidas. No, you know the chats. We got a lot of Americans in the chat, bro. I have to support
We
them.
do,
Man.
to be fair.
They've done 4 collabs this week and announced 10. I didn't even know they'd done 4 new collabs. I really don't. Let me not get into that shit. I mean,
Right,
such a shit on live.
Adidas.
Don't be gaslit. Yeah, fam. I'm not gonna let you feed me all sorts of lies, bro.
Oh my god, Ryan asked for my business email. Jeez. That's serious.
Man wants to get
you
to
should
work.
be able to find it in my about page on like the front page of my channel. It's in the about page. It should be there.
No, guys, I'm telling you though, once I start posting, I'm gonna hit this nuts wave of consistency. You guys don't even recognize me.
Lies.
You guys don't even recognize me. Oh, I'll be zooming.
Lies. Lies, lies, lies.
I need to actually edit this as well.
Collection's really interesting though, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
It's funny because I don't actually see anyone wearing
Why'd
like
that one? Wait, bro, is it
cosplay.
just me? Wait, rewind it. Why'd that guy at the end kind of look like Daniel Arsham? But maybe I'm tweaking. Yeah,
What,
that guy
that
kind of
guy?
looked like him. Yeah,
Nah,
I don't think it
actually
is
not him,
him,
though.
but it looks like him.
Yeah. I don't reckon that you haven't flashed one bit today. Oh my god, that's funny.
If I were at my desk, guys.
No, Micah, you're getting roasted. He's gonna release his channel in 2045.
guys, at least I've dropped videos this year. Let's not lie here. I've released 2 videos this year. That's 2 more than you lot. I'm a fraud.
But Daniel doesn't like to get ready with me.
Just no get ready. Yeah, but none of those. I haven't even dropped any of those this year, fam.
Have you ever watched a vlog by someone who does like get ready with me videos? It's
I don't think so.
You know, like sometimes the pacing of like certain videos can be really tedious. Like
Yeah.
sometimes when they do the get ready with me vlogs, they'll like go in the bathroom and just like talk in the bathroom for like 20 minutes before the vlog even starts. And I'm thinking, bro, like the pace, we need to do something about this pacing.
Whoa, there's some serious talent on this runway, you know.
People just won't even clock. That's the funny thing. I don't mind showing it, but we don't literally need to see you put on a shirt and pants. This guy said there's a lot of talent on the runway. I'm actually dying.
Bro, maybe you didn't spot what I spotted then. You gotta have your eyes peeled at all times. You never know when you're gonna meet your future wife, guys.
That's something I really love about social media, because I feel like people have a perception of who you are based on what they see on social media, which is really interesting. Like I remember one time I like met someone like who like followed the channel and was seeing me, and like I was with my girlfriend at the time, and the person was like so shocked that like I had a girlfriend, because they're like, it's not that I didn't think you'd have a girlfriend, it's just that like
He called you a
all
nerd.
you do, no, it's like all you do is just talk about fashion. Like, and I was fucking
He
dying.
called you a fashion nerd.
Bro, when we got home, I was laughing. Like, no, it's just like you just talk about fashion all the time. Like, you read fashion books. Like, in other words, you're unique. Oh yeah, Daniel Simmons definitely does that. He like takes his shirt off and like,
I
yeah,
don't
that's
know.
Daniel Simmons 100% does that. Let's see, what else does a fashion page have in store for us? We've got Emma
How
Chamberlain.
wait. How do you access this page, fam? I don't even know how to get. How do you get here?
It's just my default, but it's basically youtube.com/fashion.
But how is it your default? Oh, as in like it's pre. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, I just have it. So when I click YouTube, it's this
Yeah,
this is what
yeah.
opens. I just set it up that way. So yeah, it is what it is.
I
But yeah, I
don't think
love this
fashion
tab. That
is the most respected or legitimate category of uniquedom, Leo. I disagree.
oh, this Sakai collection. This I actually went to the show. I was at this show. So good. We need to actually watch this, because I never actually got around to. Do you know what it was? I wanted to talk about the Sakai show because obviously I was there and like context, but before I could even get to talking about the shows, too much time went by, and I just feel like people wouldn't be interested. So this fashion week, so if I don't go to Paris, I'm gonna be on top of it, like
Well, I've been
streaming
thinking.
a
I've been
lot.
thinking about that recently as well, man. Because I've been, as a fraud does. Obviously, everyone I encounter brings it up. I'm like, yeah. I'll be in Paris in 3 weeks. And I sat down and thought about it today. I was like, can I even be asked? Can I even be asked? Like,
The problem is, as much as I love going to Paris and it's actually fantastic to see the clothes up close, I'm so like just not
I'm not
efficient.
in the mood for me.
Yeah.
Like, because obviously you have to like. Well, like, even though it's a lot of fun, the week is so tiring. And obviously you have to do all your packing, get or your flight or your Eurostar, whatever you're taking. And I just don't think I have it in me. And if I stay at home, guys, I can make videos. That's what I'm thinking about as well, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. But Elsa's the live for this one glitched. I never. Oh, the Sakai live, it glitched live. That's weird. No, this collection was like really good. I'll have to see
I
if I
feel
can
like
find.
Sakai collections are always really good though.
Yeah, of course.
They don't
Of course,
really
of course,
miss.
of course. Especially like at the end. Obviously, you guys will see at the end, but like there were these shirts that were like really cool. But yeah, it's a bit mad. He called you bitchless.
Literally.
Wait, I also that was my reaction to Bliss being engaged. Had to check myself after that. What is it about like
Oh, yo, Leo has pulled up late. That's crazy. It's 3 a.m. here.
That's true actually. That's true. Leo must have a really messed up sleeping schedule,
Bro,
because
terrible sleep schedule.
Leo is
Horrific.
as bad as us. Like
Yeah,
Leo's like in the
that's a
lives at like
horrific
silly
sleep
o'clock.
schedule.
So welcome to the club, Leo.
You know what? Is Smart Water the best water brand in the UK? It might
No,
be. What
Evian.
is? Everyone's not better than Smart Water.
Oh, come on.
It's not. No, it's not better. It's not better.
Come on.
It's not better. It's priced better, but it's not better.
Nah, Evian is it. Leo says my sleep schedule is
Oh,
non-existent.
this piece is nice. I wonder what material that is. Okay, I'm getting cooked. No, you look, bro. Everyone, it's false marketing, man. No, like I think
Micah, you're getting
out of like no.
cooked.
In that price bracket, everyone's the best. But I think Smart Water and Just Water, there's something about them that, like,
You're saying it's marketing. Just Water is 100% marketing, bro. You know
no,
you
but it
can't
actually
even
it
say
tastes
otherwise.
calm. I don't buy it anymore,
Okay.
but it tastes it like the taste is calm. I'm not saying Evian is bad. I just don't think it's the best water brand in the whole UK across all price sections.
Evian is goated, bro.
Oh, this collection is good, man. We don't even have Dasani here, or do we?
Yeah, we don't have the Dasani. We don't. Not that I know of, anyway. We've got, what do we have? We have Buxton.
Evian, Buxton,
Evian, Highland Spring Water.
Highland Spring. Oh, what do you think of Highland Spring? I actually like their fizzy
Highland Spring
water.
is decent. It's decent.
I like their sparkling thing.
It's decent. It is quite decent. Oh yeah, hi. I remember you from Hanan's stream. Yes, welcome to the stream.
Man like Mo here. Hello.
Aquafina. Do we
even
have?
know.
I don't
know what that is.
See it often. Sometimes not.
Highland Spring is good stuff. I agree with that.
Okay, this piece was. Oof. This is where the tailoring started to get a bit. I'm still waiting for the shirts at the end of the show. Obviously it's very Sakai, but just like it was so good.
Oh, do you live in Scotland?
Scotland. Oh, do you have a Scottish accent? I love Scottish accent. Scotland.
Calm down.
Scotland. What is this? Calm down, mate. You're the one who said that the models had talent, mate.
Yeah, and I stand by that. I'll double back on that one. Still, I'm gonna watch that show again, fam.
Skinny legend, Natasha 48 down the runway. I love how like in fashion we say like skinny legend. Like, it's such like fashion terminology. I love it. The only downside of Sakai is the amount of poly used and everything. Yeah, okay. I've never actually considered the fabrics used by Sakai.
I have another hot take.
Obviously, I think of shapes and silhouette, but yeah.
I feel like there's unnecessary hate against poly, and sometimes poly, like it's fine to have poly in a garment. I'm just throwing that out there. Obviously, at this price point, fine, let's debate. But I'm just saying, poly doesn't inherently mean like it's bad quality, and I feel like people act like it does.
It just depends, but most of the time it is brands trying to cut corners. Though I'm not gonna lie, like where it's not necessary.
I'll take that, but I just feel like people read 8% poly and immediately are like, oh, the whole piece is terrible, and I'm like, bro, it's 8%.
Obviously, poly.
And if you look into it,
help,
it's so they use the lining on XYZ and like.
Because obviously, poly can help with breathability and like different properties. So it just makes sense. Why does I have the most mature fashion channel with the most lawless chat? It's because I encourage it because fashion has to be fun and we shouldn't take it super seriously all the time. We can have fun with it. There's a time to be serious. I'm normally, because we know how the streams go, the start is way more serious when we actually talk about the topics, and then there's the after hours, and then after that, I go to bed. That's how all the streams go. Just a little bit of fun.
I'm gonna have a curry tomorrow. This live stream's got me craving a curry.
Oh, by the way, how's the teaching the edit? Oh yeah, so Hanan is now like an expert. I taught him well. So hopefully the next stream that you watch that Hanan does, it should be really, really good.
Leo wants to look at luxury pricing.
I need a laugh. We did that last time though, with Scaparelli
Yeah,
and
fair.
like
There's so many brands you can do it with and have a right giggle.
Scaparelli, Chanel, and Louis Vuitton. We were cracking up, to be fair. That turtle is still living in my head,
Oh,
rent
bro,
free.
don't get me started, man. I miss that little guy.
With brass hardware. Crazy.
I miss that little guy.
Absolutely insane. A lot of staple Sakai pieces are 70% poly, 30% wool. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm not an
I have
expert in
no
terms of
clue.
like dealing with Sakai clothing from a quality standpoint. So I like
The only time I
don't have
even see
any.
Sakai in person is when I'm at DSM. It's one of those
Same.
brands I don't see people wear that much, actually.
Same. DSM mainly.
I like all the stuff they're doing with Carhartt, though, you know? I think it's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, also Mona looked great on the runway, I agree. I 100% agree.
Who's that again?
Where is she actually? Wait, one sec. I'll show you who she is, Michael. One sec. Let me just see what she actually is. I need to see Beluti prices after that British Airlines collab. Oh my god.
Bro, they're probably
On
going to go down,
TikTok,
fam.
it's funny how different audiences on Instagram. I talked about the Beluti collection, and people were just like being really intellectual. And then on TikTok, everyone was just like, I literally thought you were talking about a British Airways collection.
But see,
That was just
that's the
those are
aspect of
all the
TikTok that I really
comments.
like, just the unseriousness of it all. What is there to intellectualize about the Beluti? Did I miss something? What do people say? Fill me in.
Yeah. Oh, Mona was leading the final. Okay. 1 second. Okay, I don't think that was it. Oh yeah, that's Mona. So yeah, Michael, that's Mona, literally there.
Oh yeah, I've seen her before.
Yeah, she's everywhere. She did look great though. And I always like, because I really like the way Mona walks. There's a lot of models these days, they don't really focus on walking a certain way or like walking with grace. So yeah, like it's like that same Naomi Campbell kind of like thing.
And Nokia is the best supermodel in the world. Thank you. Case closed.
He's like, case closed. He didn't even allow discussion.
Because there's no need for discussion.
Said a Nokia is the best. Goodbye. Yeah, and the last stream he talked about that disgusting photographer who had some terrible
facts.
choice words for a Nokia.
Terrible.
I'm still contemplating if I should turn that into a separate video or not.
Why wouldn't you? Although a bit late, but why wouldn't you?
No, I still could. It's just like she deleted her comments on Twitter.
I don't
So
really
do I
get.
really want
Okay,
to like?
this is a part of social media I don't understand. Respectfully, and I've obviously I empathize with her, but like when she posted it, there's no way she didn't know the story was about to blow up. Like I don't know, like there's absolutely no way she thought the story wasn't about to blow up. So why did she delete it?
Yeah.
I guess maybe she didn't like the. I don't know. I just think once you put a story like that out there and you have the platform the size that she does, we're obviously going to talk about it. You know what I mean? So I don't see any harm in turning it into a video, but you know, it's up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Aman, I'll accept that answer as well. No, you know what? That's number 2. But I'll like if you said that's your favorite model at the moment, I wouldn't fight you on it.
Yeah. Yes. Phoebe being racist is insane, as if her sleep-inducing clothes weren't bad enough.
Leo, man.
Leo,
Leo, man. Leo, man.
Leo. She's definitely racist. That's a fact. The sleep-inducing clothes side, I'm not sure about all of that. I like Phoebe Philo clothes. Is she the most amazing person? Not really. Would I ever be friends with Phoebe Philo? Of course not. I'm a few shades too dark to be friends with Phoebe Philo. Because everyone knows real Olympic athletes don't need sleeves. Oh, are they talking about the
Yeah,
sleeveless
well, tell me what people are saying on
Beluti?
Instagram, because I haven't been on Instagram, so I didn't see your whole post about it and everything.
Let me open my post on Instagram and have a look. But yeah, people were being a bit more intellectual. On TikTok, people are just going in. People are not having any of it. Let me actually see if I can whip it on the screen. 1 sec. It's so weird watching my face. So strange. Alec.
Your floating head.
Beluti acquired Arnie's in 2012, which was one of the most famous and prestigious tailors in Europe. Arnie's had clients such as Le Corbusier. I always struggle to say that word, it's like a tongue twister. Le Corbusier, who they designed the famous Forestier jacket in 1947. Still available at Beluti. Today, Beluti offers a top-of-the-line bespoke service through Arnie's under Beluti's name. Hope this clarifies the choice. So he was basically explaining why it made sense for them to pick Beluti to design
That didn't explain anything.
Yeah, I don't think it did either, but you know. Your laugh, oh my god. Like an evil menace. I did it.
Like,
I did.
bro,
I did.
I was trying to
I
put
did
piece
like
pieces together.
the context though. I did like the extra content.
No, it's nice context, but it doesn't explain anything.
Yeah, in terms of like why they were picked, because still other brands in their stable
Or why
have
it looks the
tailoring.
way it looks.
Yeah, because other brands in the LVMH stable have a tailoring background as well. So like,
and one far more like renowned at that.
It says I think it was Annie Leibovitz who called a knock a cockroach because Annie is the racist. Most racist
Does Annie
alive in
Leibovitz do
entity.
Zara photography?
She hates black people and Indians. I believe she did bad to not. People were so Mohit. People were looking at kind of like the timelines to kind of put 2 and 2 together to see what exact photographer. And I remember people were saying it was Annie Leibovitz, and then someone like cross-checked
I'm not buying it.
when last she did a Zara campaign to see if it aligned with a Knox timeline, like when she was talking about she had the shoot, and I don't think it aligned. But if it did, I wouldn't be surprised though. I've heard stories about Annie Leibovitz. I've definitely heard stories. See what I mean, Micah? When I type YouTube, it's just like, see,
Yeah,
youtube.com/fashion.
You're already in
so
this.
It just
deep.
opens that.
I rate it.
Because why else am I going on YouTube other than to look at fashion stuff?
Like, I don't catch this guy looking at cars 24/7.
I'm just joking. Let's look at the Balenciaga show. Especially because I just checked my YouTube studio.
Can we look at something else?
I checked YouTube Studio quickly, and like someone was really mad that I critiqued the Balenciaga show. Let's look at the Louis Vuitton show, like spring summer though, not fall winter.
Man like Nick, big up. Man like NG, LV by NG.
What happens when they find out who said it? I feel like nothing. I don't know if cancel culture even works. So I don't feel like. Oh, Mohit said I heard this rumor on Twitter and I'm convinced. Interesting. Do you know like what the Because normally, if the rumor's on Twitter, there'll be like a thread of like explaining why. I'd like to see that because it'll be interesting. What Leah is probably saying, guys, because you're about to look at a Balenciaga show.
I saved him from that.
I actually can't wait till Fashion Week just because I want to talk about new collections.
Yeah.
Some of these collections, I feel like I've seen them over and over and over again. Which is a good thing, by the way. Like, I've been able to take in certain collections. And the resort collections are kind of skippable.
I like when fashion has this period to breathe, because like they're few and far between these days.
Yeah, cancel culture is not real. Shia LaBeouf is in his redemption arc after what happened to FK Twigs. Yeah, I don't know if cancel culture actually works because people. Well, I take it back because I mean I feel like R. Kelly has been officially cancelled. Some people it works for, but it's rare.
I think there's just a misunderstanding about like what it is. Like, I think people in their heads, they think cancel culture means making someone disappear. Whereas to me, cancel culture means fucking up someone's money. If you fuck up someone's money, you've cancelled them.
R. Kelly has 1 million monthly listeners and released an album in prison. I had no idea. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'm not
Oh
surprised.
my gosh.
I'm surprised it's only 1 million monthly listeners. I thought he'd have a lot more than that.
Oh my gosh.
That sounds too
It's just
low.
the fact, the listeners, maybe I can get it, but the fact that he's releasing music in prison is insane.
R. Kelly has 4.7 million monthly listeners.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. People are really listening to R. Kelly. That's insane. But I guess, yeah, like people said, R. Kelly is still in prison, though.
That's crazy.
That's insane. Oh yeah, Micah, check the private chat for StreamYard. Did you notice?
Bit weird.
But insane.
But yeah, to me, canceling someone is like if you mess up their financials. That's why I'm like, oh yeah, you've hurt that someone. Because realistically, like you can't make someone's platform just disappear unless it's been given to them by someone else.
Like it doesn't even like even all the influencers who maybe they have 10 million followers and they get into like a bad scandal and then they lose 4 million followers. After that, that's it. Like they go back to, you know,
just get grinding out content. Like,
yeah,
like,
and before you know it, they're back to 10 million.
Like, no, to me, it's like, for example, those people, if Nike comes and drops them and blah 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 blah, and they've lost all these huge deals, that's where I'm like, oh, this is what being cancelled looks like. Like,
right,
to me anyway, because that's all we. Well, maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I would like to believe that people care about more about their money and their financials than how many followers they have. But that's some people probably care more about followers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean followers and how much money people make, there's a correlation, but it's not what people think.
Because I'm just thinking about how, like, I know if you've just signed a Nike deal and they're saying yeah, we're sponsoring you for the year, we're paying you $1 million, and 2 months in they're like, oh, you've broken the morality clause because we're getting all this backlash.
That's unfortunate.
We're dropping you. I'm telling you, you're more upset about that than the 1 million followers you lost. Like,
Yeah.
that's how these guys do it. They'll just say, "Oh, the morality clause." Unfortunately,
They have a clause for everything. You know, these massive
yeah.
companies. There's contracts. They use the most twisted wording you've ever seen in your life, and they just twist you out of the contract whenever it's convenient for them.
Yo, Tossin, I just remembered that you were speaking earlier about some Adidas collabs on something. Could you drop some of them in the chat so I can go do some research after this, of the ones you were talking about anyway?
I feel like nowadays in fashion, being cancelled mostly just affects the ceiling you can reach afterwards, in terms of work you can do, collabs,
I
etc.
mean, I think when you're a regular person, I agree ish. But
Yeah,
to be honest, I don't know. I don't really believe in cancel culture in that sense. So because all it takes is to just meet some person who's like high up and actually rates you, and then you can just like get high up too.
yeah. And also sometimes people just don't know either. Like
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
you're cancelled for, people just
yeah,
don't actually know.
yeah, yeah.
Adidas and Sporty Rich.
Oh boy.
The Sporty Rich brand is hilarious. Like I get the appeal of it. Like it's a whole lifestyle of just like LA girls that like that whole like sort of Calabasas, like
What, Valley girls? Girls from the Valley?
yeah, playing tennis. Like not an athletic person in sight. Just like the skinny fashion girlies that play tennis. Oh my god, my wrist hurts. Um so how that brand is big is mind blowing. I think it's just more like people just want to be, you know, when people just want to be someone. Um, I think that's the appeal of Sporty and Rich. To be fair, like people just want to be Emily Oberg so bad. She's like the quintessential, like I don't know, like LA girl, cool kid that like other people just want to be. So they buy into the brand because they kind of just want to be her, or they want to live her lifestyle. I genuinely feel like that's like the main appeal of it. Like health and wellness, like all that sort of stuff. Like Sporty and Rich Wellness Club.
I like this collection more than I realized.
No, this whole collection's sensational. Amazing. Like Nicolas Gasquier is like really good.
I don't know. There were a couple of back-to-back collections that I was not feeling.
Talking about Louis Vuitton collections, I thought it was okay. Like the resort collection that came out, was it yesterday? I
Oh,
talked
I
about it
haven't
on
even seen
Hanan's
that.
live stream. It was like decent, but like compared to like what I know from Gasquier, it was just like didn't hold a candle. Be careful, the Oberg fans will come after you. But for real, they couldn't be bothered to rip off the tags of the LA apparel blanks they use and would stitch their brand tags over them. Oh my gosh.
Game's the game, man.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, Sporty and Rich is really popular, like really, really popular. Like super popular. Like they have 600K followers on Instagram. Let me see what the engagement looks like. 400K on Reels. Yeah, they're huge. They're huge. And like what someone was saying, they had a collaboration with Adidas recently. Um, so no, they're doing really well. Flagship store in New York, doing extremely well. The complex machine is powerful, yeah. Complex? Literally an institution. Wait, Tanya said we bought into the brand at Nordstrom. It made me quite sad. Wait, someone saying they got ads. Oh, the ads during the stream. How brutal. Oh, so someone saying the ads are punishment for wanting good fashion commentary. Do you know what's funny? So I actually, because of the last stream, I tried to like see if I could do it. So I clicked this option where it says that, because there's options of like people get adverts every 2 minutes, every 6 minutes, every 10 minutes, every 15. So I selected every 25 minutes. So you should only see ads every 25 minutes. Otherwise, YouTube is scamming me, because I actually like
Yeah, but
specified.
would that be so surprising?
Not really, because it's YouTube, isn't it?
Yeah,
So just
exactly.
whatever you
Google.
click,
Oh,
Google's gonna do what makes
oh,
them the most money.
yo, chat. Have you guys seen that new Google search thing with AI, where the AI is like now, for some people, when you Google stuff, AI like responds, not Google results, and like the answers are so wrong. Like someone Googled like, oh, how much like can I smoke while I'm pregnant? And AI was like, yeah, doctors recommend you smoke like 2 to 3 times per day, and it's the
Hmm.
top result on Google. I don't know. I wonder if everyone else has got that. Mine hasn't updated yet, but I've seen for a lot of people it is. Yeah, I think it's with Gemini. I'm not sure
Okay, so there's definitely less ads today. Okay. Nicholas Guest, yeah. I feel like, you know how like it feels like an era of fashion is like going slowly. Like Dries Van Noten obviously left
though.
not too long ago. Raf Simons, even though okay, Prada, but his eponymous label closed down. Like all these like iconic things that like I grew up like.
Mm.
Obviously, Ismiyake isn't here.
Mm.
Um, it's just like wow. Like
I
the
find
whole
it quite
landscape of
exciting. I'll
fashion
be so
is
honest. I
changing.
find it really, really exciting.
Of course, because it ushers in the new generation, but it's also
Yeah.
like
No, it
these are
is mad
people
though.
that,
Seeing like
yeah.
staples that's all you've ever known, like leaving the game. Like
Mm.
it does excite me.
I finally got my notifications to work for your content. I had to remove notification. Yeah, YouTube are ops. I don't know
Yeah,
why
man,
their
YouTube's a
app just
joke.
their website just doesn't work the way it should. Like if someone clicks the notification bell, they should be notified. But YouTube just they decide when and when not they want to like send stuff. It's really annoying. Oh yeah, Junior Watanabe. I actually want to see the more recent stuff, because the latest
Kami
Junior
does
Watanabe show, yeah,
Garkans.
this one was amazing. That's why I'm looking forward to the new fashion week, because I want to be able to talk about the new shows in real time. I won't be able to cope when Yoji passes. And Yoji's a purist. He said he's going to die making clothes. Wait, Culture said, it is the ops. I came late because I didn't see the notification. Exactly, like YouTube. So annoying. Duke says, this is the first time I got notified for the live. Finally caught it. See what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know how the platform works like that. It's strange. And what do they say? Gaskia used to make interesting clothes you can wear in real life when he was at Balenciaga, but now I just see clown clothes at LV or logo athleisure wear. I mean, clown clothes is definitely a stretch. I think, I said this earlier in the stream, that when it comes to Nicolas Gasquia's work, it's very much every collection has a theme. And so what then happens is his clothing can be quite quirky and a bit out there and very hit or miss, depending on if you like the theme that he's following that collection or not. But in terms of like wearability, Balenciaga is definitely more like chic wearable, which I guess is also in theme of, you know, Balenciaga as a brand, because Balenciaga is all about, you know, making a woman look a certain way. It's all about chicness. That's what the brand is about. So it makes sense that Nicolas Gasquier would channel that part of his design language for Balenciaga and then be a bit more daring with Louis Vuitton, which doesn't really have a like fashion heritage, so to speak. Obviously, Marc Jacobs started it, so it's not really that historic.
How am I supposed to wear a parallelogram? That's hilarious.
It's art. You just don't get it. No, I'm joking.
That's actually really funny.
That's what people tell you on Twitter. You don't get it. It's art.
Then when they're getting cooked, they'll be like, muting this tweet now.
The tweet mute is crazy. Okay, guys, just gonna mute the tweet now. That's funny. Wait, what did you send me on Twitter, Micah, before I play it by mistake?
I think it was
The
something
by
valid.
force, by fire thing.
Can't remember, honestly. It was probably really funny, though.
She wasn't pronouncing her name right.
Oh, yeah, and then the girl came and said it herself. Yeah, it was that.
Ayo, please watch Harris Reed's latest show if you want to see real clown clothes. Let's laugh together. Leo.
Leo,
I've
man.
never.
It's
I've
actually an
never
impressive
seen.
level of hating. It's quite impressive.
Literally,
Honestly.
I've never seen someone hate a designer as much as Leo hates Harris Reed. I've never ever seen something like that.
So, Leo, do you have any clue what you would want to study in fashion if you decide to study fashion after this degree?
Design. Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, if you don't want to go straight into studying it, you can always, work under someone at their own design studio
Mm-hmm.
and learn that way.
I need to see Leo as a fashion critic. Talking about Leo as a fashion critic, actually, I'm still that Met Gala live stream is pending. I've just been like really busy, and over this weekend I'm really busy. But I shall be doing the Met Gala stream soon. At which point,
Leo better hop on, man. Leo better hop on.
Leo can hop on and just rage. I know what I actually have an idea. I bet Leo is going to slaughter. There was a Met Gala look that was inspired by like an old McQueen look, and it was like a remake, but a horrid remake, like terrible remake. The remake was so bad it just shouldn't exist. Wait, was it Sean McGear that made the remake? I can't lie, that remake was horrendous. If it was Sean McGear that made that remake, my word, that thing was bad. That remake was terrible. It was Sean. Oh my god. That was Sean. Oh my gosh. Oh my, that remake was really bad. It was really bad. Like, no, like Mike, I actually need to show you this thing 1 second, because like, bro,
Wait, whose look was it?
I can't remember, but Leo obviously knows because he was
Leo, whose look
pressed.
was it?
Oh, it was Lana Del Rey. It was Lana Del Rey.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that. What, her look on the red carpet?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, I saw that look.
No, it was bad. 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 It was bad.
And she was in
So
the
this
thingy
look,
thing. Yeah, I saw this, mate.
it was bad.
What's it a
It's
remake of?
bad.
Oh,
Lord have mercy, it's bad. Okay, let me show the original 1 second. I want a picture of them side by side though, because if I keep going back and forth, you won't be able to tell how like bad they are. Like it was bad. Like it was bad. Yeah, the net has no like shape to it. Like like it just looks like they just chucked the net all over her, just chucked it on top of the branches. Um no, I need to find this original. Like I need to find, but like side by side, or I'll just do it in Photoshop.
this guy's about to boot out Photoshop. I'm finished. I'm finished. Oof, these lots. How did he get a job again? That's peak.
What, Sean McGear?
Yeah.
To be
That's
fair,
peak.
I don't like being, like I've always said this, unless like I don't like being mean to up and coming designers, because obviously they're just trying and like they're still coming up. But Sean McGear is a different kind of like no. Why are you
Why is she
laughing?
smiling? Don't know why. That's so funny.
It's giving first year student Halloween project. Oof. Oh my gosh. Okay, 1 second. I'm just sorting this out in Photoshop. Give me a moment, guys. I'm committed to the cause.
Damn, Leo's saying some shit. No
I'm
word of a
getting
lie.
ads almost every time my fashion taste really sucks according to you too. Okay.
That's how you know Tosin's from Nigeria. Man's talking about malaria net spreads, bro. Is this before or after Lana Del Rey and Sexy Red were hanging out? This has got to be before.
Definitely before. Actually, so tedious. 1 second. I'm committed to the cause.
Yeah, you're doing the most, fam. There's definitely an easier way to do this, but I thought
I could
if it
probably
was a
find an
bit of
image
Photoshop.
online. No, let me chill. Let me chill. Let me find the image online. Let me chill. Let me chill. Let me
I
chill.
mean, if you're already halfway through, mate, do your thing, bro.
I mean, I'm halfway through. I might as well just commit to it. Lana Del
I'd pay money
Rey.
to see Lana head to toe and juicy, and just roll with Sexy Red for the rest of the time. Sean still seems so confident. I hate it. How many collections has he done though? To be fair, 2, right?
1, I swear. Just the debut. That's it.
Oh, well then, still got a couple lives left in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I always give a few lives.
Okay, Micah, I've got it ready.
Okay, let's see.
Ready for ya. All right, let me share my screen. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
He's like, oh, like, bro, that is bad. Like, bad doesn't
Are we sure it's
even
a
cut it.
remake? Maybe it's just loose
Micah,
referencing.
Micah, Micah.
We have the dress at home.
Like, look at how the net sits on the original versus the remake. Bro. Whole damn chat about to be cancelled.
We getting blacklisted for this one, boys.
Facts. Like, it's just like, bro, these branches here. Because I know I've seen enough McQueen work to know that, like, if McQueen did these kind of branches, it would be crafted a certain way to where the net would sit a certain way. Like, he just has a certain attention to detail that he does with everything. There's no way Alexander McQueen would let anything under his name look like this. It just wouldn't happen. Like, it's almost like Sean is like, what's the right word? It's almost like he doesn't care. Like, genuinely, it's almost like he doesn't care.
This is
Oh my god, maybe Lee's spirit sabotaged the look out of spite. Damn.
yo.
I genuinely don't understand what drew him to McQueen. He must have approached for the job, but I can't imagine why. Yeah, McQueen is just so much attention to, like, in everything he does. Like, and McQueen obviously had really, like, almost everything he did was complicated. Like, if you just go through all his old collections, the construction's just like, what? Like, every season, just back to back, back to back, back to back. But even then, it's like, if you're going to design at McQueen as a house, at least just show some level of, like, attention to detail. Like, just try. Lana's Gucci matte look from some years ago was way better, yeah. Sean McKeon might be the worst designer I know. I can't think of someone worse. Yeah. At least at the big houses, I genuinely don't know who's worse. I'm not even trying to be, like, shady or whatever. It's just like, is what it is. Like, bro, look at actual McQueen collections. There's just like complicated fabrics, just like all the shit was just so fucking common. Like, look at that shoulder. Like, everything was so complex. You can't design for McQueen and be a designer that doesn't even know how to, like, put a net that sits right on something. This collection is so Galliano coded. Saraband. I love the Saraband though, I can't lie. Preserves all the good work, all the good stuff. But like, just pull up any McQueen collection. Is just like you'll start to see like an insane level of attention to detail, fabrics that people don't mix together being mixed, certain detailing, certain techniques being used that no one else did or tried. Every collection, by the way. So then when you have a designer that literally can't even do the basics, it almost hurts.
No, I like to try and give out 2 or 3 lives, but it's not looking good, bruv. But we'll see. I mean, we've got a collection around the corner now, so
Yeah. I'm half asleep, but hear me out. Galliano at McQueen, but like a guest collection. I guess that would be cool. Would it happen though? Kering, Galliano, LVMH. Would Kering allow Galliano to like come in and just like create a massive hoo-ha at McQueen where everyone goes crazy and
hoo-ha.
everyone wants to buy it? And
These
then
guys.
like, because it's like, imagine that, yeah, and then he just leaves after, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, we want Galliano back." Bernard Arnault's going to be pissed. He's going to be like, my prime jewel. Watch a little bit of Valentino. Can't imagine Galliano and McQueen. What would that be like, even their contemporaries? I think it's kind of different now, because obviously every time Galliano talks about McQueen, he talks about McQueen very respectfully. But when obviously McQueen was alive and they were in competition, it was very bitter between them. So I think the timing now for like Galliano to design at McQueen would make a lot more sense, because they're not, you know, obviously like the situation. It's a bit different. Al says it's just so we can forget about what's happened. Oh, Leo, you talking about the first impression of like Sean McGear? Oh, because he's only, I think Micah, because we're talking about him doing like one collection. Hot take. I feel like all of the red carpet looks recently have greatly diluted the impact of the last artisanal collection for Margiela. I just think
agree.
I still think the impact of the Margiela show will always be the impact, but I do think what I will say is that John Galliano has rinsed the life out of that collection.
Do you
Like,
wait?
I see
Okay,
that collection
wait. No, but let's get to the bottom
everywhere.
of this. Did Margiela just like pull budget out of the wazoo and start paying everybody to suddenly start wearing this collection? Because it feels like it's happened all at once.
True.
That everyone hopped on it.
Bro, do you know how many Margiela looks there were at the last Met Gala? It was insane.
it was like 10. It was like 10.
Loads.
Like, it was so many. No, I feel like they just whipped budget out the wazoo. Then obviously they did. I mean, Kim literally did a shoot with Nick Knight for Margiela and the collection and stuff. So
yeah, they became friends later on. Not earlier though, but they became friends later on. Because obviously it was kind of hard, because obviously McQueen felt like Bernard Arnault did not take him seriously because he was at Givenchy and he wanted to
was
be
reflecting that in budgets as well, in terms of how much money
yeah.
you can literally put towards your work. So I think it's the
And
thing of
the
like, even if
Givenchy
you are
budget was
friends,
way less. Yeah.
animosity just builds up. Whether even if you to each other's faces are saying we're friends, whatever, you're gonna feel some type of way, and you're always gonna feel like you're comparing yourself to the other person. Kind of like the big three in hip hop.
Yeah, because he felt like John Galliano was getting like special treatment from Bernard Arnault that he was not afforded, which is why he eventually like dipped LVMH and went to Kering with his eponymous label. Wasn't the Met theme supposed to be Galliano? Yeah, I talked about that in a TikTok.
Oh, I did not know that at all. What?
Yeah. There's it'll probably be hard to find. Let me see if I can find it. There was like an article in the cut, and Do they have a search thingy? How do they not have a search bar? What the fuck?
Oh, because it's a magazine. The magazines are archaic.
What the? No search bar. Wow, that's insane. Anyway, let me see if I can find it. But basically, the article was talking about how Galliano was initially supposed to be. I think it was Leo that actually told me about the article. Funny enough, it was actually Leo that told me about it. Like Leo, I think he commented on one of my videos about it, and then I like read it. Yeah, Chantal Fernandez. Funny story. It was kind of I really love Chantal Fernandez because she was my editor when I worked at BOF, and then she left BOF to like finish her book, which she's like finishing, and then she went to the cut. So it's kind of amazing seeing how much freedom she gets at the cut, and like how a lot of her articles are like really, because she's like an exceptional writer. So I can only understand why her articles would be so like popular. But recently, especially, all her articles have been like doing really well. So I'm really happy. But yeah, Chantal's like an exceptional editor. Where's this article? Yeah, no search bar is insane because I should just be able to search Chantal
Slap it in
Fernandez
Google,
and
mate. You
find
gotta slap it in Google and hope they don't give you an AI answer.
He's like, slap it in Google. Okay, author archive. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. This is the article. So this is the one. So Mikey, yeah, when you get the time, like this
Yeah,
article here.
text this over to me, mate.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
gonna
send you
hop
the link.
off, read that, have a slice of toast, and hit the hay. Flipping 3:45 a.m., mate. It's been lovely chatting
No
to you all
worries.
as usual, lads and lasses and
You
days
know,
and
I'm probably
thems.
gonna say goodbye. But all
Okay.
you guys, if you haven't read the article, definitely read the article. And yeah, Leo, Anna Wintour loves John Galliano. It's actually insane. Like she is riding for that man. Like his whole career, basically, she's been there. Like she's literally the reason he went to Givenchy. Like
Oh
literally, it's
yeah,
her.
yeah, that's true. ETA on next upload before the 19th of June.
I are giving Micah homework. Oh my god. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Fingers crossed on the next stream being the Met Gala review. So that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll be in the chat for
And
that
yeah,
one.
see you guys later.
Peace out.